won't come into picture. Okay, so that is the meaning for typing only the values. Okay. So the thing is that, see, I have a table, I have a formula here. Okay, if you copy this one and paste somewhere, okay, it will be different, or else I'll paste it here. Okay. Because it's a formula, it's coming, it won't come. Okay, because it's related with the formula there. Okay. So if you directly paste the formula here in any other sheets, because formula is associated only with that, it won't come here. So for such conditions, we just want to go to paste special values. Then only the values will become. Okay. So if you are taking the values which has resulted from some formula, okay, you can't paste it in some cells. You will get only zeros or REF or INF or such things. So if you want to take from the result of a formula, then you need to go for values and you have to paste. Okay, so then only all the values come here, but here make sure that it is only values, there won't be any formulas coming. Okay, so that is the paste special for values. Okay, you can paste the values without formula because the formula is associated only with these things. Okay, if you go to the next sheet, formulas won't come. So since it is associated with the formula, the results also won't come. Okay, so you need to go for paste special, you need to go for values. Okay, the next one. Okay. Copy. Okay. So next paste special option is okay. Comments. Okay. Comments in the sense. Okay. We can give comments here. Okay. I'll just give here. Okay. Insert comment. I'm just giving some comment here. Okay. So value is 1. Okay. I'm giving a comment here. Here I am giving the comment. Okay. Insert comment. Value is 2. Like this, I'm giving the comment. Okay. So if I copy this one, okay, and paste only the comments, you can see only the comments will come. The data is one. Okay. So if you want to take only the comments, okay, if you want to take only the comments, okay, you can use this option. Okay. So paste a special comment. Okay. Because if it is needed, you can give comment for everything. This is 1. This is less than this. This student has got less mark. So all such things you can go with this comment option. Okay. So that is the option with paste special comment. Okay. Now, another one is validation. Okay. So validation is needed when you are entering certain data in your Excel. I'll just tell you how validation is done. Okay. I'm just taking this one. Go to data. See here, I'm just going to paste special. I'll just show you the validation option is there. You can go to paste special. You can see validation. One validation is there. Okay. I'll tell you what is validation and why it is used. Okay. Okay. So let me take this cell first. Okay. It's the entire column. Just go to data validation. Okay. So in case of data validation, we can give any range or whatever we need. For example, I'm going to conduct any exam. Okay, just one example I'll give you. A lot of examples there. I'm going to conduct any exam with a maximum mark of 20. Okay, maximum mark of 20. That means the minimum value can start from 0 and maximum will go up to 20. That's all. But while entering mark, there is a chance that we may enter instead of 15, I can enter 25. Okay. Maybe some chance is there that we can enter beyond certain limits. Okay, that mistake may happen normally. But when you go for validation, okay, so it will restrict you from all those. So for example, I'm just telling value is a whole number. Okay. So minimum I need 1 and maximum I can go for 10. This is the validation command I'm giving. Okay. So it has to be a whole number. The minimum value should be 1 and maximum value should be 10. Okay. Then I have an error alert. If it is violating this command, what I have to do? Okay. That means enter is invalid. Just this is the command which I'm giving. Okay. So set a limit for a maximum and minimum. It should be a whole number. Okay. And if you are violating this one, what message it should give? So we are giving us entered values invalid. Now let me go to this cell. Okay. So if I put 3, if I give from 2 to 10, right? If I put 0, you can see it is error. Because this validation comment, okay, you can see what are comment again. Entered value is invalid. Okay, because it can be from someone to this. Okay, or I give 100, still it will show here because I already defined the maximum and minimum range. Within this range only you can type it inside. If you are making more than that, then it will show. Either if you violating rather than minimum or maximum of that, then it will come with the message which you already gave. I gave us enter the value as entered value is invalid means it will show that. So it will restrict you from going for wrong values. Okay, because within this range only I can type it. Okay, it doesn't mean that you can give only maximum, minimum, and all. Whatever one you want, you can give the validation. Okay, so whatever value you type will be within this valid range. Okay. Yeah. So now, okay. So what is a paste special validation? Okay. Here I have given the validation comment. Here I can just data validation I given, right? Minimum 1 to 10. Okay, 1 to 10 I gave the validation. Okay. So what is the thing? What is space special validation is? Okay, I can copy this one. Okay. I've given the validation only for the this F. Okay. But if I go to H, I can enter 100. Nothing will happen because there is no data validation given in this column. Okay. So only for the column F that data validation is given. Now what I'm doing is, okay, I'm just copying this whole cell. I'm putting here paste special validation. So now the validation has came to here. Okay, so validation has came to here. I'll just put, yeah, now it will show that. Yeah, yeah. That means you can put data validation here in any column. You can put the data validation, and by using space special option, you can put the validation anywhere. Okay, so this validation is between 0 and 10. I'll just copy this validation. Okay, it's just simply copying and go to paste special validation done. Now the same validation is applicable for this column. Here, if I put -1, it will show it because it's from 0, 1 to 10 again. So this is for validation. Okay, so this is inside. See, this validation is separate. Okay, that we can do for any data. Paste special validation means whatever validation you did for a particular column, it will be coming in this side. Okay. Now, next one you have is okay. Paste special. These are all there. Okay. Now we have some more option: add, subtract, multiply, divide. All these things are there. That means by simply pasting there, you can perform all these operations. Simply pasting there, you can perform all these operations. Okay. I don't want to simply multiply or divide or anything. Just use this command and you can do it. Okay. Just for example, okay, I have a column like this 2, 3, this one. Okay. Now I have here as 10, 20. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm copying this one. Okay. Okay, and this is a small cell. This I'm copying this one. Okay, I'm going here, paste special, add. It will be added. Okay, I'll just put it again. This is the value which is present already. Just I'm putting it here just to know this. Okay, so this 10, 20, 30 is the one which is already present in this column. Okay, I'm just taking this one. Okay, this value. I am going to this one, paste special, add. Okay. Now you can see 10 plus 3 is 13, 20 plus 3 is 25, 70 plus 8 is 78. So with a simple paste special option itself, you can add all these. Okay. You don't want to put separate comments to add this plus 1 or anything else. Just use a paste special option and go for adding all this. Okay. This is paste special add. The same way you can go for paste special separate, paste special, I mean subtract, multiply, division, all such you can go for this. Okay. Just put it here again for multiplication. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is multiplication. Okay, then I'll copy this one. I'll just put it here. Okay. And go for paste special. I'll go for multiplication. It will be multiplied. Okay. You don't want to multiply it separately. This will be automatically mentioned. So this. So, and one more option available in your paste is transpose. Okay. That means sometimes you are here you are writing the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and all in column wise, right? If you want to put it in row wise, you can easily transpose it. Okay. because there are a lot of situations where whatever your data you have is in row wise, you need to put it in column wise, or some data will be in column wise, you need to put it in row wise. Okay. You can simply do it. Okay, just you can copy it, go to paste special, transpose, it will be pasted in. Okay, so you can easily transpose it. Okay, even if you have values also, it doesn't mean that it's applicable only for the text. For other values also you can go like this. Okay, so we can simply transpose it, because a lot of applications where we'll get the data in row format, I need to convert it into column format. So simply just a transpose command will give you all this. Okay, so this is the option with paste special. So without, you just, when you go for paste, it's simply pasting of all these things, whereas when you take paste special option, you have a lot of things inside. Okay, that's a advantage with paste special option, and this is available for all the Excel. All Excel versions will be having. And I can just show you one more. You have one option here called remove duplicates. Okay, so if you have this one, it will remove the duplicates from your sheets. Okay, and we don't want to see each and every name, and you need to delete the duplicates. Okay, here for example, I have here. Okay, I have 240 here. Okay, just select this one, remove duplicates. Okay, so duplicates are removed. Okay, I'll just show you once again. Okay, I have 240s as duplicates. Okay, 240s are there as duplicates. Just go here. Okay, data, remove duplicate. Only one column I have. Remove it. The duplicates will be.
Hi, teacher.
Okay, so these are all the basic comments we have in this. Okay, one second.
कौन बेटा
दिसंबर में पूरा नवंबर में पूरा कोर्स खत्म करके
Let's continue with this one. Okay, then I'll explain you how to go for the page setup. Okay? Because as far as Excel is concerned, right, you need to go for a lot of printing. Yeah, so I'll just tell you how to go for page setup, and finally I'll just deal with some one or two formulas how to work. So if you go for the layout, okay, if you go to page layout, okay, in case of page layouts, you can see all these page layouts. Okay, let me reduce this one. Okay, so this is a page layout tab. You have here margins, you have orientation, you have size, all these things are there. Okay, so as far as the margin is concerned, you can set the margins depending upon your requirement. Okay, so basically we'll go for say normal is the one which we'll be using, but if you want a narrow, if you want wide, or if you want your own custom margin, you can select it. Whichever you want, you can put it. It's up to the user. So this is for and the next one is orientation. So orientation can be either portrait type or landscape, depending upon your paper, depending upon the data we have. You can have either portrait orientation or you can go for landscape. So anything can be done with this. Okay. Then size is the one which is used for selecting the paper. Okay. So by default it will be A4. A4 means 210 into 297 something. Yeah, it's 21 into 29.7. That is by default it will be there. Okay. But if you want, you can select any other paper size. That depends on the user. Okay. Yeah. But the thing is that, okay, so how to merge this one into a single printable format? That is important. Okay. So one second. Yeah. So assume that I have a data like this. Okay. Let's Saturday is going to the next one. Okay. Assume I have data. So you can see dotted lines here. Okay. You can see dotted lines here. These dotted lines will tell you when you are printing, okay, within whatever data you have within this area only will be coming in the paper. Okay, That means this will be excluding the margin. Okay, margin will be separate. Excluding the margin, whatever data is available inside this one only will come in your print. Okay, that's why these dotted lines will indicate. Okay, so as in that consider that I'm giving for this print. Okay, so before going to print, you can go for the print preview. Okay, so normally I used to go for a keyboard. Control F2 will give you the preview. Okay, so let me do one more thing. I'll just copy this paste it. Right. Okay. So let me go for print preview. Okay, this is the preview. Okay, this is the preview. So you are the printer output. Okay, when whatever page you are printing will come like this. Okay, but here the option is that you can select the entire sheet. Okay, or you can select the whichever data you want to print. Whichever data you want to print, you can select it, or whichever sheet you want to print, you can print. Okay, you can see here in the print option I have. Okay, print active sheets. Okay, print entire workbook. The entire workbook if it means everything will come inside. Okay, all the sheets you can see whatever I had, everything will come. Okay, if I give you print active sheets, whatever sheets they are having data only that will come. Okay, whatever sheets which are filled with the data only will come. Whereas if I give a print, okay, selection means whatever I have selected only will come. Okay, let me select this. I have this page, but I'm selecting only this much portion. I have the entire page with 3 tables. Okay, but I'm selecting only this much portion. Okay, so if you go for print, you can see only the selected one will. Okay, that is actually the print selection. So if you have n number of data inside a single page itself, if you want to print only specific data, okay, then you can go for print selection. Okay, yeah. So that is actually the selection, print selection. So only that page will be printed. One second, let me show you printing. You can see only this page. I mean, whatever data you have selected will be printed. Okay. So you can accordingly you can adjust whatever data you want, you can print it, or if you want to print the entire sheet, you can print it. So that is up to the user. Okay. And here, one more thing. Okay. See, I'm just putting some more values here. Saturdays 10. Okay. I'll just put a few more columns here. 3. Now, let me consider a case like this. Let me consider the case like this. Okay, that means you can see clearly this line, this dotted line is ending here. But after that, I have one more column. Okay, so this is a dotted line. That is the area in which you can print. Okay, but after that, you can see J column is coming. Okay, so if you go for a print preview, you can see that. Okay, yeah, that J will be missing. Okay, because Saturday this I'll put as Saturday. Okay, so if you give the print preview, you can see only up to Friday it is coming, because only up to that you can fit in a single page. Okay, Saturday will be going next page. Okay, yeah, Saturday. So here what generally we used to do is that when you come across such conditions, okay, when you come across such conditions, okay, what generally we used to do is that we'll adjust this spacing. A will be shrinked, we'll shrink B, we'll go for H, whatever data we have, we'll shrink it such that this page will come inside. That's what we generally used to do, right? Because we want to fit this inside this column. Okay, but there is one more option which is very easy. Rather than shrinking all this, I'll just tell you. See, Saturday is out of your print. It's in the next page. Okay, okay. I'll just give. If I give here print selection, Saturday is gone. Okay, let me check. Go to page setup. Okay. Control P. Okay, you can see here page setup already Saturday has came. I'll just change the option now. Initially it was 100. This is the default thing which means this is the default thing you will get. Yeah, Saturday is missed off. So normally we used to shrink all the rows and columns such that it will come in one page. So here you can do it directly inside the page setup itself. Okay, just go to the page setup. See clearly only up to Friday it's coming. Okay, so just fit to 1-to-1. Just enable this one, then you can see Saturday will also Saturday and next column also came in. Okay, so it will automatically adjust those values and it will shrink it. Okay. You don't want to vary all the values and make all these things. You just go to page setup. Okay. Just make the page setup. This is 85. Automatically, it will reduce the size to 85% so that everything will come into picture. I'll just put a 60%. Here, everything will come. If you have some columns here also, that will come inside. Okay, so this is how it's very easy to print pages. Okay, no need to shrink, no need to adjust the title, no need to adjust all the row size, everything. Just go to this one automatically. If you give 1 to 1, automatically it will adjust. Still is not adjusting, reducing the percentage. So it will be everything will be coming in a single page. Okay, so this is one page setup option which can work. So now let me go to, it's already 10:20. Okay. So now let me go to one more thing which we are mostly using, some formulas, how to type formulas, how to get all the values inside. Okay. I think this is visible. Okay. This example I have created. Okay. This example I just created. Okay, because what are formulas we are using? There are a lot of formulas we'll use mostly, but these are the basic formulas. Okay, so here what I did is I have 5 students. Okay, I just had 5 students. Okay, and these are all the marks which they got for their exam. So students and marks. Okay, like that. Okay, exam 1, exam 2, all these marks. Like, okay. So the thing is that we are using a lot of formulas, but most of the times we'll use sum, we'll use percentage, we'll see count, okay, how many people are present, how many people are absent, we'll see how much average. And the very important thing, we need to be giving grade, right? Depending upon the range. If it is 40 to 50, this is one grade. If it is 50 to 60, this is another grade. Like this, we'll be giving grading, okay? And we'll count how many people are above 60, how many people are above 50, like this, all these countings can be done, right? So when you, as teachers, you'll be coming across all such things, right? So I'll just explain you what are the basic formulas you can use it for this. Okay, yeah. So first one is a sum. Okay, that is simple, but there are a lot of methods to go for sum. Okay, there are a lot of methods to go for sum. I'll just explain one or two. Okay, so first one is okay. Just I want to sum these values 30, 40, 20, 20. That's all. Just sum of okay. First column to last. 70, 90, 1. That is one option. Just put sum of, okay. You just select the range, then you will get it. That is one option to sum. Second option, individually you can go for sum. Okay, individually you can go for adding. That is also there, equal to this one plus. This is another option, but if you have more data, then it is tough. Okay. You can go for this also, that will us. So you can put some option or you can give for this option. Okay. If not, you have another option called as auto sum. You can see the top here, you have auto sum. Is that auto sum? Okay. So it will tell you the range. So sum and just select the range. Once again, I'll put it. Okay. You can add it individually or you can go for auto sum. Okay. Auto sum means it will be enabled as sum of. Then I'll just select this one and I'll give a range. That's it. So anything can be done. You can use any option for sum. Okay. So if it's just if you do one operation in one cell and if you drag it, the same operation will be performed. That is the basic which you know for X, right? Okay. So now that's all for the sum. Now percentage. Okay. See percentage also you can go for any option. Okay. Yeah. To delete. See percentage means we just know, right? My sum is 110, maximum is 500. So I just convert it into percentage. That's all. That's the normal one.
22 को क्या था डे?
Okay. So directly I can put 110 is the total I have into I am going for 100% divided by 500 will give you the percent. It's already percentage is enabled. I just go for the well. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 22. Yeah. So that is that's a normal one, right? You can go for 110 is the total I got. I got 500 is the total. then it's a general one. Okay, but if you want to get percentage sign, okay, then we need to enable this percentage. Okay, if you're going for percentage, simply equal to this by this will give you percentage. Because when you're going for normal operation, I'll do whatever mark I got into 100 divided by the total will give you percentage. That's what we generally do. But if you enable that percentage option, you don't want to multiply by 100, and automatically that percentage option will come into picture. So that is how you can calculate the percentage. Okay. So this is one mark. I'll put percentage here also. Is 22. Okay, so percentage you can get it by two ways, either with this formatting of number in percentage, or you can divide it. Okay, next one is count. Okay, just I need to count how many data here. Okay, yeah. Okay, I need to count how many data are here. Okay, that means for example, if I'm taking attendance, okay, so you have absent for some classes, or you have for exam you'll be absent for some classes. So how many subjects you have attended, or how many classes you have attended. So all such things you can use the count option. So simple, I have here 1, 2, 3, 4. Within this I need to count. Okay, so just simply count the range. Okay. So just put here.
Come here.
Count the range I'll give you from here to here. Okay, it will take. Okay, and one thing, even though 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are there, it's showing only 5 because it won't take this. Okay, it will take only the numbers. It will take count only the numbers. Okay,
hello,
so
sir.
that is how it is showing 5. Instead of this one, if I put 0, okay, delete it, it will show 4. That means it's counting only 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's how. Even though I have selected this range of student 1, 30, 40, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, and 500. Okay, so I have 6 here, but it will count only the numbers. So it's leaving the student 1, and it's telling us totally 5 entries are there in this. Okay, and if I put instead of 40, if I put delete it, it will go to 4 automatically. If I delete this one, it will go to 3 automatically. So this is how we can count all these. Okay. Okay, so this is the count option. So here you can count how many subjects you have attended, how many classes you have came also. And next one is average. Okay, so average also, what we know, average can be done in any way. Okay, that means adding the total and dividing by the number. That means 30 plus 40 plus 20 plus 20 divided by 4, or you can use the average comment. Okay, because as far as Excel is concerned, you have a lot of formulas inside. Okay, as far as Excel is concerned, you have a lot of formulas inside. Okay, you can directly use those things rather than typing your own. You can use those formulas directly. Okay, I'm just putting average here. Okay, average of this to this. Automatically, it will give the average. Okay, so just define the range. Okay, or else I'll type it again. Okay, equal to average. That is a comment. If you just put AVE, it will come. Okay, AVE, it will come average. Okay, then it will ask the range. I'll just put the range here, 30 to 40. Close it, enter it. Average. Okay. Or else you can do 30 plus 40 plus 20 plus 20 divided by 4. That is also okay. It's up to the user. You can use any formula, or they can use manually. Okay. And here, this is actually the comment written for the grade. Okay, that means if a student is having at the end of the exam, we need to go for grading, right? So if a student is having more than 80% marks, if the student is having more than 80% mark, he'll be awarded A grade. If the student is having more than 60% mark, he'll be awarded B grade. If the student is like this, we can differentiate the grade with respect to the percentage, or we can with respect to the sum. That means if he's having more than 200 marks, it is A. If he's having more than 150 mark, it is B. Anything can be done. Okay, here I have just done with respect to the percentage. Okay, I'll just tell you the coding. Okay, what I wrote is that if it is above 50%, I'll give A grade because the percentage is already 20, 20, 30 and all it's there. So it's very tough to go for 80. Just fix the grade as if it is above 50%, I'll give A. If it is above 40%, it's B. If it is above 30%, it's C. If not, it's D. Okay, that's it. Okay, so the command is if, okay, equal to if N8 means I'm taking only the percentage, okay, not the total marks, and I'll just N8 is greater than or equal to 50%, then award A grade. Okay, if it's above 50%, then award A grade. Okay, if it is greater than or equal to 40%, award B grade. Okay, if N8 is greater than or equal to 30%, C grade. If not, go for D. You can see this is the grade. So automatically it will see the values and it will, for example, I just put instead of this one 90, you can see it will go to A. Because I gave the range from 50, right? If it is above 50%, it's A grade. Instead of this 46, I am putting 10%, then it will go to B automatically. Okay. So these are very nice comments. It's very easy to do, right? Rather than counting, taking average, making all grades of your own, this just directly type the formula, it will give you that. Okay. How grading has to be done. Okay. So this is how you can use a grade. Okay.
How to use HLOOKUP?
Once again, sir. Hello, sir.
Sir, go ahead.
HLOOKUP.
Okay. So this is how you can go for grading. Okay. And the last one, VLOOKUP will come at the end because it's a bit different command. Okay. So let me go for counting.
I have one question.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Sir, Sridhi sir, question and answer we can at the end of the session.
Okay.
We continue the session.
Yeah. So let me go to COUNTIF. Okay. COUNTIF in the sense, okay. See, when I'm conducting exams, okay, I need to know how many people they have got above 80%. Okay. How many people they have got above 30%. I mean, 30 marks. Like that, we need to count, right? If n number of people have got above 80%, this many people who have got 50%, above 50. So that we need to count, right? So for that, you can use this COUNTIF. Okay. I've just put COUNTIF. Okay. H8 to K12 means the entire range have taken. Okay. Then 20. 20 means how many students they got 20%. Sorry, 20 marks. Okay. Here it's 20 marks. Okay. I'll just put enter. 3 students it seems. Okay. Yeah. 1, 2, and 30 is there. 120 is here. 120 is here. 120 is here. So the 3 students got 20 marks. Okay. So
Excuse me, sir.
Let me see how many students got 50 marks. It's very easy. Okay, only one student got 50 marks. Yeah. Okay. So that's how COUNTIF is working. Okay, just with a condition. How many students got this mark? Is for this exam. Okay. I got only one student with 50 marks. Okay. Yeah. And I can, rather than going to the entire sheet, I can take only one exam 2 also. In exam 2, how many students got 20 marks? That also I can make. Rather than selecting the entire sheet like this, like this, it's from 30 to 41, that is H8 to K12. I can take only one exam 1, or I can take exam 2 also. Whatever I want, I can take it. Then I can put like how many got 50, how many got 80. Okay, right? And let me come to the last one. It's VLOOKUP is it's actually a very different command. Okay, a lot of things are there in VLOOKUP. Okay, that means with respect to certain conditions, I need to find what is the answer. Okay, because you need to be careful with these things. Okay, because it's a very different command. Okay, so let me try it out. Because I tried it yesterday, I got it. Okay, so here, okay, so just look. We'll give some command. Okay, it will look into that. Then it will tell what is the answer. Okay. So what I created here is just VLOOKUP. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So VLOOKUP. Okay. I just want to know. Okay. In exam 4. Okay. Yeah. In exam 4, the student 3 got how many marks? That's it. Okay. 1 second. Student 3. Oh, it's adding the total. Okay. So this command I'll come at the end because there's some change in this. Okay. So it's a bit different command. We need to work a lot of things inside. G3 and G1. These I'll explain. If it's working perfectly, I'll explain. That's one bit different command. Okay. And so that's all for these formulas. Okay. Everything is that. Okay. Page layout is done. But these formulas and you can have a lot of add-ons here because a lot of add-on option is available. If you merge this one, you can work a lot inside this Excel. Okay. Data is there. Review is there. All such things are there inside. Okay. But the thing is that these are just basics. Lots and lots of you can write macro programs. All such things can be written inside Excel. Okay. So if you know, it's very useful for you all here. Okay. Now let me go to, it's already 10:34. Okay, I'll just go to the word also. I'll just explain you the functions. Then okay. So for the next 20 minutes, I'll just tell you the basics of Word also because we have a lot of tools. Okay, mostly we'll use 3, but it will be tough to have everything in a time. Okay, so Excel is there. Now let's go on to the Word. Okay, I'll just tell you the basic operations inside. Okay, and the thing is that see this home tab is same for all the applications like Word, PowerPoint, and what is that? Excel. So I don't want to explain all these things, right? This is font, this is type. This is superscript and all. Okay, I'll just tell you the remaining options inside the world. How to go for tables. Okay, how to go for find, replace, all systems. Okay, so I'll just take a paragraph. And go, now some default when you go for rand command it will give random paragraphs. Okay, just we'll use this for the examples. Okay, so now these options I'm not telling you how to do these things because Calibri font is clear. This font size, uppercase, lowercase, all those things are there. Okay, so no need to worry for those. It's common for all those things. Okay, but one more option I just want to explain here is format painter. Okay, you can see in the left corner you have format painter option. Okay, because it's useful for most of the times. Okay, so just example, just to provide this provide option is there. I'm making it to red color. Okay, and I'm increasing the font to changing the font to Arial narrow with 40. Okay, so I made some changes here. Okay, for this. Okay, so the same change, if you want to apply for a lot of other things, okay, then you can use the format painter option. So you don't want to change everything separately. Okay, so just use format painter option and you can do it. So just I want this color and this font size and this all such things into some word. Okay, so just I can put format painter. Okay, you can see one brush is coming with the cursor. Okay, then whichever I type, I'll go to online and click it. That will convert it into the same format. If you click document, it will be converted in the same format. This complement, it will be converting it to the same. Okay, so this is very easy. Okay, because each and every time you don't want to go separately for each and every word and change all those things. Right? Just you create one, use format painter option and go. Okay, just use format painter option and you can do this. Okay, that is the beauty of this format painter. Okay, because we'll do for one thing. If you want to repeat it again, we'll be going on repeating all those things. Just do this format painting option, then it's very easy. Okay. And the next one is layout, because as far as this is common for all. Okay. But one important thing is that, okay, so it's better to select the size of the page before you are going for printing any document. Okay, if you are going for typing any document. Okay, the thing is that, for example, I have selected some different margins. I have typed it. Okay, now I want to convert it. You can convert it. The thing is that all your settings will change. That's it. Okay, so just for example, I'm using this one. Anyway, I'll do this. Okay, again I'll put it equal to rand of 5, okay, I got these many paragraphs in one page. Okay. In one page, I got these things. Okay. So this is with some margin. 65. So this is a margin is the normal margin. Okay. Now I've done all these things. Okay. Now I understood that this is not the page in which I want to work. I want to change it. Okay. If I change this to some wide margin, you can see next page and all these things. Yeah. That means we'll type in one page settings and we'll make all things. This is easy. But if you have tables, if you have diagrams and all, okay, just if you change the page format, the table will run somewhere else. Okay. So it's better to take the exact margin before going for all the work. Okay, so that's why these are all given. So it's better to select the exact page, exact margin which you want before going for any other. Okay, L is all this only if you are typing these okay sentences, then it's okay, you can adjust. But if you have tables which is very big, then all these things will run here and there. Then alignment is very tough. So those things are there when you go for session. So it's better to select the page setup before going. Okay. And you can see, even if you have this one, the problem, you can just change the page here. You can change the ruler and you can change the setup here itself. Okay. You don't want to go for margin each time and do it. You can do it here itself. You can change the cursor. Okay. You can change the setup. Because after typing, when it is printing, one line came down. How to adjust this one? All the adjustments can be done with this ruler. Okay. Okay. So this is one option. Either you can go to the margin and you can do it, or you can do it here. Okay. This is it. Okay. Now, okay. So these options are already clear. Okay, let's change the page again. Okay, these options, it's already clear how to. I'll just tell you how to put this numberings also, because subheading all these things are needed. Okay, see for example, I'm typing below this one. Okay, I want some renewable energy sources. Okay. So here you can go for this option. Okay, you can go for bullets, whichever you want, you can leave. And one option is that you can just type and you can go for bullet, it will come. Or if you select bullet and you can type also, the both will work. Okay, so I'm just typing bullet here. Okay, I'm just typing renewable, then non renewable. Okay, these two headings are just things I have done. Now I want to get subheadings. Okay, subheadings below this one. Under renewable, I just want solar. Just put a tab as subheading. Okay, yeah. Okay, under renewable, I want to put subheading as solar, wind, and all. Just give enter, go for a tab, you'll get subheadings. Okay, so I'll just put solar, wind. It's subheading. Okay, so like this, you can make it perfect. Okay, rather than that, I'll just go for numbering here. Okay. So one is renewable, then okay. So normally when you go for typing the materials, right? Either it's a thesis or report or anything. So first one will start with 1. Next one will be 1.1, 1.2. Like this one it will, right? So by default, it's coming as AB. If you want to change it, okay, yeah. Set numbering value. Okay. Define numbering format. Okay, because mine is 1, so I'll just put as 1 point and 1, 2. Yes, it will come as 1.1 and 1. So like this you can do, because these are all just once you do, you can understand how it's done. Okay. So the first one will be the actual one. Below that it is 1.1. Then if you want to still add another one, just go enter tab. It will be 1.3 if you make it. Okay. So like this you can go with these options. Okay. So with the numbering formats, you can go for all these options. Okay. And this basic, this one is for page line spacing. Okay, you can change the line spacing with this, and it's basically to be given up to 3 only. Okay, so if you want, you can just put it here 5. Okay. So those options are given. Okay, so now I think these are all so remaining all same as that of your Excel. Okay, so how to go for our orientation? I mean, left alignment, right alignment, font size, then paste, all such things. Okay, yeah. Then I'll just 2 more comments are there for me. Yeah. Okay. You can see here as find. Okay, so find is if you want to find any data inside your this file, okay, then you can use find. And another one is find and replace. Find it and replace. That's it. Okay, I'll just delete these things. Okay. Yeah. So find and find replace both are different. Okay. So I'm just going for find. I just want to find something. Which one is easy? Footer. It is showing where is footer. That is find. Okay, it will find where is that data. Whereas if you see find and replace, okay, find footer, replace it by header. Okay, so replace this footer is replaced by header. It's given. Okay, we have reached the end of the document. Only one is replaced. Okay, so find means it will find the data, whereas find and replace means it will find and replace, whichever you want. Okay. Right, so these are the basic things here. Okay, yeah, 15 minutes left. Let me go to one more thing that because normally we used to work with tables, right? I'll just tell you how to create tables, how you merge, how to go up and down inside the tables. Okay, just go for insert. Okay, go for table here. See, by default they are given some options. Whichever you want, you can choose it, or if whatever you want, you can make it. Both options are available. Okay. Here I have these things. Okay, so if you want like this, you can take, or if you want like this, you can take anything. Whichever. See, if your requirement is inside this option, then don't want to do anything. Just click it accordingly. Okay. Or if you want in specific, okay, insert tables. I want in specific something different from this one means I can put number of columns 5, number of rows 6, 4. Then it will come accordingly. So whichever you want, you can put it here. Okay, right? Okay. So now let me put this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are a few things normally we used to do. We spend a lot of time. I'll just how easily we can merge, divide, merge tables and all. I'll just show you. Okay. See, assume that I have a table with this format. I have A, B. I'm just entering C, D here. Okay. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Then K. Some data I'm entering. Okay. C, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you put a tab, it will go to the next column. Okay. Or if you want to come back, just shift tab. Or if you are using cursor, you can use cursor for doing all these things. If you are using a keyboard, just tab will go. Shift tab will come back. Okay. Now I have this kind of data. Okay. I'll just tell you how to operate all these. Okay. So here, assume that I want to add one more row here. Okay. See, second row is there 1, 2, 3, 4. I want one more row to come below this one. Okay. So generally, you have one option called as insert rows below. Okay. But another option is there. Just go to the end of this row and take. Okay. Then you will get one more. Yeah. So 2 options are there. If you want to enter something in the middle, just go right click, add rows below or above, that will work. Or if you are using keyboard, just go to the end, put an enter. Okay. And row will be created. Okay. And if you want to have after this one, if you want to have more number of row, this means just put tab. So these are all simple things. We don't want to each time we don't want to create it again and again. You can use just simply enter and tab key. That will work. Now the thing is that I have made a table like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. By mistake, I made it into a single table. Okay, by mistake, I made it into a single table. Okay, actually 1 and 2 has to be one table, and 3 and 4 has to be another table. Okay? So a lot of people will follow different things, right? Someone may put a new table and paste the components here. Someone may put a cut and paste here. What do you do? But the simplest thing is that I just want this table 3, these 2 rows has to come down. Okay. I can go for 1 second. Now, just this E has to come to top, Alt Shift is it up. Okay, if you want to put it up or down, okay, just Alt Shift. Okay, it will come or it will go up. Okay, so we don't want to copy and paste anywhere. Okay, we don't want to copy and paste anywhere. I just want to put this here. Instead of A, B, C, D. Okay, now I have to have E, F, G, H. Generally, what we used to do is that we'll just copy and paste it. Okay, but what we are doing is that just simply select this one. Okay, Alt Shift go up. Okay. Or Alt again if you go up. Okay. Or Alt Shift if you come down, it will come down. Okay. Yeah. So just simply, it's very easy to move cells top and down with these commands. Okay. And 1 second. Now consider that I have just typing a few things. Okay, one as see, I'm just typing few things. I'll tell you how. The thing is that I have a few numbers. One is ONE, TWO. Okay, then 3. I'll just put equal to rand of 4, 4. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing is that see in this one I just want to copy only few things. Okay. Like for this one I want to copy few things. That is I want to copy footer. Okay. I want to copy. I'll just make whichever I want to copy. Okay. I want to copy powerful. Okay. I want to copy cover page. Okay. I want to copy professionally. Okay. Then I want to copy embed code like this. See inside this one I want to select only some particular things and paste it. Okay, not everything. I just want to select some particular thing and I have to paste it. Okay, not everything. Okay, so generally what you used to do is that they can easily one option is I'll copy everything here and I'll delete whichever I don't want. Okay, or copy them separately. Okay, but there is another option to copy them. Okay, separately. Yeah, because whatever you want you can inside a paragraph. Whatever you want you can copy everything in a single click. Okay, just Control, double click, double click. Everything will be gone. I mean, whichever you want, just paste it. Okay. So if you want to get this normally, what we used to do is that we'll copy this here, paste it, copy this here, paste it like this, or we'll copy everything and we'll delete whichever you don't want. Okay. Yeah, whichever you don't want. Okay. But the thing is that there is another option. Just hold the Control key. Okay. Click whichever you want. Yeah, I just want powerful. I want embed code. I want professionally. I want footer. I want cover page. All these things. Okay. Then simply copy and paste. Okay. So that means whichever you want, you can separately copy this by using this. And so these are all some options because see these are all some hidden things. Okay, it will be tricky, but if you know, it will be very easy. Else normally we'll just simply copy and paste. Okay. And insert is okay. It's a normal one. See whatever you can have it because it's same as because most of you are using Word, right? So it's no need for explaining all such things. Okay. Design is there, layout is there. These all depend upon the versions which you are using. Okay. And you have the developer option. If you want to go for some macros, okay, we'll be using developer options. Okay. So macro means actually see I want to repeat a lot of things again and again. Okay, we'll be using macros. Let me check because it's a compatible version. Let me check it if it's working here or not. Okay. So for example, I'm having a student name. Student. I have marks. So no. Roll number. Marks. Grade. What is rank in this class? Such things are there. So below this, I want enter the value. Okay, enter the value. Okay, so this has to be there for everything. Okay, so but this is very simple because it's only one line. You can copy and paste it. But when you go for a lot of big programs, it's very easy to repeat the things again and again. That means I have did something here. Okay, the same thing I have to repeat it next. Okay, for such things you need to use macro. You can use macros. Okay, but make sure that a lot of security options are there inside a world. You need to go for trust center. You need to enable all macros. Okay, and whatever version I have, it is unactivated version. So all such things you need to see if you want to enable these macros. If it is enabled, then it's very easy to work. Let me check it. I'm not sure it will work on here. Work here or not. Okay, I'll just go here. Okay, I'll go record macro. You can see in the developer option you have a record macro. Okay, that means it will record what we are doing. Okay, it will record what we are doing. Okay, then it will repeat the same thing till the end. Okay, that's what. Okay, I'll go for record macro. Okay. I'll give some name for record macro 7 because something is there already. Just give a macro name. Okay, macro 7. Then one more option here is that you can directly create it, and each time you can go and run it. Or else, if you have the option, if you have the habit of using only keyboard, you can give a keyboard shortcut also. Okay, yeah, you can directly run it. Or if you have an option, if you have a habit of using keyboard, you can go for a keyboard shortcut also. But make sure that whatever shortcut you are giving, it should not be used inside the Windows. Okay, for example, Control C means it's copy. It's already the shortcut is here. Control V means paste. Control X means cut. Okay, all Control M, a lot of things are there. So you should use a key which is not already available. For example, I'm just putting Control P. You can see it is already assigned to print. So that shortcut we can't use. So whichever you feel is good, you can use it. Which is not available. As of now, this is a macro. I'm putting Control Shift M. That is done. Okay. I'll just record macro again. Keyboard. I'm putting Control Shift M. Okay. I think okay, that is also already there because I am assigned. Okay. For macro, I'll just put Control Shift Q. Is for tables. So a lot of things we need to see. Okay, it's assigned to bold. So we need to use some code which is not assigned for anything. Okay, already it's assigned. Okay, because I already assigned yesterday just a few macro codes. It's already assigned. Okay, it's assigned. It is there. Control Shift X. So I need to delete whatever macros inside because I created a lot of macros inside. I need to delete the macros, then only I can go for this. You check it if it is deleted. So macro. Yes. Okay, now it's clear. Control Shift M because that's already assigned to a macro. I removed it. Okay. Now you can see Control Shift M is a key which I am using for this macro because it's given us an intent. It's nowhere used. Okay. So Control Shift M is a shortcut key I'm using for a macro. You can go and run it each time, or you can use Control Shift M. Okay. So I'm assigning this one. That's the key for the macro. Okay. Now I'll just put cursor here. Okay. This is starting of the macro. This is the ending of the macro. I'll just put enter the value. This also does record, and your macro has to come. Yeah. This stop recording. Okay. If I put Control Shift M, it will automatically come. Okay. That's how macro Control Shift M. Control Shift M. Okay. hey, this is very small. It's very easy to do this one. But when you go for larger systems, macro is very important because you'll do a lot of things inside, and the same thing has to be repeated again and again. It's like writing a program inside a loop. Okay, it has to be repeated again and again. But for this one, macros will help. What is this? Entry value is very small. Just for example, I have put it. We have a lot of things to do. Just do it once. Record a macro and run it. That will help. Okay. I think I can stop here because it's already 10:58. Okay. If I take PowerPoint, it will take, and what I'm going to take, it will take only the basics. Okay. Sir, can I continue with the PowerPoint or let me wind up here, sir?
Sir, I think it is fine because already we have explained many nice ideas, known and unknown things in Word and Excel. I hope the participants will benefit it because some things they know, like in some part it is known information, in some part they may learn the unknown information. So anyhow, by and large, so I thank you very much, Dr. Srijit, for accepting our invitation and spending their valuable time with our participants for delivering the importance and the introduction about the office tools. Thank you very much, sir, for your
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, I have got one doubt. I've got one doubt. Can I clear it from Dr. Srijit?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir, please.
Sir, can you please explain what is VLOOK again? And V stands for which particular term?
Actually, it's a lookup command is there, sir, but actually that version is not compatible for me. That's why it's not working well. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll just share the contact. Okay. Yeah, once I rectify the version issue, then I'll explain. So just I'll give you my contact. Okay. You can contact me after this one, but within that I'll rectify those problems which I have that version. Then I'll explain it because it's a very nice comment. The certain thing is that I have some data in one sheet. In some other data, I will be there in another sheet. So what is the, for example, my name is there in one sheet. In other sheet, how much mark I got. In other sheet, what is my address. All such things will be in different places. So if by VLOOKUP, I can easily find under my name, what is my address in the next sheet, how much mark I got in the very next sheet. All things can be printed within one sheet. Okay? So it's a very nice command to work with Excel. Okay, but unfortunately, my version has some issues in it. Okay, but let me, I'll share my contact to Murugan sir. Just you can contact me within this. I'll rectify and I'll explain it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Shankar sir. Excuse me, sir. Yesterday's PPT you did not share, sir.
Madam, we have
You
already.
said end of the day you'll share it.
Madam, end of the FDP.
Okay.
So not today. So
All
end of
the
FDP.
5
Yes.
days you'll share, sir.
Yes. All the
Okay.
14 session PPT I will share at the end of the FDP. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Shankar
Excuse
sir.
me, sir. Excuse me,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Hello, sir. We will share the PPT it is easy for us so that for the test we can prepare properly.
See, I request the participant, if you have any doubt in the session, you can ask now. Other than the session, like you can ask the doubts at the end of the today, like the second session presentation. I will answer all the queries because the other speakers is waiting. So this PowerPoint, ATP, the attendance test, everything we addressed yesterday itself. So if you have further you want to clarify, so I request you ask that after the session, the next session, maybe 1 o'clock, you can ask any doubt. I will address all the questions. Please.
Sir, I have one doubt on this session only.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Sir, my question is, suppose in a spreadsheet, in a Excel sheet, I want to highlight one particular data in a particular color. I want to know how to highlight that color from Dr. Srijit sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's very easy. Okay.
Sir.
See, you have options. Two options are there. Okay. One is that you can either highlight the entire cell by filling with the color. Okay. Or else you can change the font of the data. If you change the font, only that. Yeah.
No, sir, I don't want to highlight the shell. I want to highlight particular data. Suppose I am taking one attendance sheet. In attendance sheet, one is present, another. So I want to highlight only the absent in a particular color. How to do that one?
Yeah, that option is available. Okay. For me, I have the problem with 1 second. Yeah. Because for me, the activation is not there. That's why I'm not able to work all these things. Okay. So again, I'm telling, I'll just
Sir,
through and I'll give back. Okay.
sir, sorry to disturb, sir.
Yeah.
I feel conditional formatting we can use in order to
Yeah, we can
highlight
use
particular
conditional
data.
formatting. That means
We have-
if
we
it is
have to put
absent
a
or present,
condition.
we have to format according to that. Okay. Because my activation is not working as of now. Okay. Purvik sir. Murugan sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Vijit
Sir,
sir.
I'll share the contact number, sir. Okay. Let
Yeah,
them contact me after this session. I'll just within that I'll rectify the issue with my version and I'll
Yes,
reply
yes.
back for those two queries separately.
Sure, sir.
Those who ask questions, you all feel free to put a message to me. I'll help you out in this one. Okay. Thank you.
So
Thanks a lot.
yeah,
Thank you, Shubhjit sir and Sanjay sir.
yeah. So thank you, sir. Srijit
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you.
Can we leave now?
Yeah. So the dear participant, the next session is going to deliver by our own colleague, Dr. Tripti Goyal. So I think she is joining now. Just wait for 1 or 2 minutes. She will join. Then I will start the session. Please.
Sir, without the break, we are continuing the next session, isn't it, sir?
So this is online, So if you want to break, you can take 5 minutes.
Yes,
No
that
issue.
would be better, sir. Continuously, your.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Please, you can take 5 minutes, not an issue. Maybe I will start after 5 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ravi. I have a very small concern. It's not a concern. I just wanted to know, due to some internet issue, I missed the session yesterday. So is there anything which, I need to work on as a day one association?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, this is Harneet. I have a question. Sir, due to some internet failure, I was not able to attend a test that presumably, as per the document that you shared, had happened at 4:30 yesterday. So,
Yeah, ma'am. Yes. I got your question. Ma'am, actually for the schedule, like the documentation purpose, I have scheduled the test like that. But we have planned to conduct a test at the end of the FDP. I mean, the 5th day, we are planning to conduct a test.
so will it be happening every day?
No, ma'am. The test will be at the end of the day.
Only on the last day?
Yes, the 5th day. Yes.
Extremely sorry, your voice was breaking. What did you say? It will happen only on the day 5?
No, ma'am. The test will be at the last day. Day 5.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
And I presume the attendance is automatically calculated once you have logged in into the session, right?
Yes.
So thank you very much, sir.
Morning, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Sir, I'm Mrs. Menka Dubey.
Yeah.
Sir, sir, can you go through every day? Means yesterday's whatever we have done the session.
Madam, actually, I will answer because this is a repeated question because yesterday itself they have answered for all the participants. Like we'll share all the presentation PPT after this at the end of the APP. So we'll share the PPT to your email ID. And also we are uploading the presentation video in our institute YouTube channel. So that link also I will share at the end of it. Don't worry.
Sir, actually the was for the test purpose, because otherwise we can revise if we will get the material and also.
Yeah, that's sure. Nah. So now sending like every time email to the participant even with one presentation slide is not aggressive. Nah. That's why we are planning. We'll share all the PPT to you. So no issue. No issue. At a time
Thank
we'll
you,
share
sir.
all the PPT.
Good morning, sir. There's a doubt. I want to clear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Ramandeep from Delhi.
Madam, you are not audible. Please.
Ramandeep from Delhi.
Okay.
I just want to clear, in the morning you have a different session and in the evening you have another session, na? That added session. I hope it's not repeated in the evening.
Sorry, I did not get you.
In the evening, do you have repeated session?
No.
So you have only 2 sessions every day. One is the morning session and one is the
No,
evening
madam.
session.
First day 2 sessions, then remaining days 3 sessions.
Okay, so today, what time is the next session?
That it will going to start another 2 minutes. We planned 11 a.m.
Okay, that is continuous session from 9:30, then it will start at 11, then at 2:30.
Yeah, then lunch break, then the afternoon session will be start from 2 to 3:30.
2 to 3:30.
Yeah.
Okay. And this
It is
is from
mentioned in the
11
schedule, ma'am.
No, it is mentioned in the schedule itself.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think Tripti madam joined. Madam, Tripti madam.
Ma'am, sir, Trupti madam has joined.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
My video is not visible.
Yes. But your voice is clear.
Okay. So I am sharing my screen. So sir, can I start now or
Yeah, I will first I will start with your introduction. Then
okay, sir.
A very good morning to one and all present here. The session 3 we have already completed. This is the session 4. The topic of the session 4 is that applications of artificial intelligence. So today we have a guest like our own faculty from NIT Silchar.
Excuse me, sir. Your voice is cracking.
I think it is fine now.
Sir, echo. Sir, basically your echo is coming.
You must have joined from 2 devices, sir.
No, only one.
There is an echo in the voice.
Hello?
Now it is okay,
Yeah,
sir. I
it is
think so
fine.
we can proceed.
Yeah, okay. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all for the session 4. And the topic of the session 4 is the applications of artificial intelligence. So this topic is going to be delivered by our one colleague, Dr. Tripti Goel, Assistant Professor at the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering and Agriculture. Let me introduce Dr. Tripti Goel before starting the session. Dr. Tripti Goel obtained her bachelor degree from Maharishi Dayanand University in 2004. She obtained her MTech in 2008 from Chittoor State College of Engineering, Haryana, and PhD in 2017 from BPS Mahila Vidyasya, Haryana. And she joined Bhagavan Mahavir Institute of Engineering and Technology, Haryana, as a lecturer in August 2005. After completing her MTech, she joined Guru Pradesh Memorial College of Engineering as a lecturer in 2009 and became a senior lecturer in 2012. She worked as an assistant professor in National Institute of Technology, Delhi, and also she worked as a research scientist in the National Brain Research Center, Gurugram, Haryana. So currently, she is serving as the assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering from June 2018. So her research interest, which includes medical image processing, machine learning, deep learning, pattern recognition, soft computing, and neuroimaging. Madam, once again, welcome you, and I hand over the session to Dr. Tripti Goel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving my introduction and inviting me in this FDP. Now I'm sharing my screen. So my screen is visible.
No, ma'am. It is started. Then again.
No, no.
Not yet, ma'am.
Not visible.
Yeah.
So visible. The slides are visible. No.
No.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, again you try. Please stop the screen and again you check.
try to share. Okay. Now it is visible?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Madam, now you are visible.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is visible.
Now it is okay, ma'am.
It is visible. There's a lot of echo, ma'am, at your end.
Sir, I am audible also?
Yes, ma'am. Clearly audible.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay, I am starting now.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Okay. So, all of you, good afternoon to all of you. The topic of my presentation is application of artificial intelligence. So, what is artificial intelligence? Main component in artificial intelligence is intelligence. So, what do you mean by intelligence? It is a special property of human through which he can think or learn and can solve the problems. So, it is the only properties in this planet which only human has. So, it is a capacity to learn and solve the problems. Now, if we add artificial terms in addition to the intelligence, then it is called artificial intelligence. And it is the simulation of the human intelligence by machine. So, if we add intelligence in the machine, then it is called artificial intelligence. So, it is nothing, just adding of the intelligence in the machine. So, we are adding artificially some intelligence so that it can take some decision, it can produce some new things, or it can learn adaptively. It is called artificial intelligence. So, main features of artificial intelligence is the ability to solve the problems by themselves, to act rationally, and in brief, we can say that the ability to act like the humans. So the most common example of the artificial intelligence is the robots. So we simulate the robots like that it can act as a human. So this is the main motto or main idea of the artificial intelligence, to add the intelligence in the machine. The central principle of the AI include reasoning, knowledge, planning, learning, and communication. So like a human that can reason, that can gain knowledge, plan accordingly, learn through their experience, and communicate with their environment. So artificial intelligence is also the same thing which can act as a human. So it should have perception and ability to move and manipulate the object. It is a science of engineering and of making intelligent machine, especially intelligent computer program. So all these things in which machine can act intelligently or smartly, that will be included in the artificial intelligence. So the basic definition of the artificial intelligence. First, artificial intelligence example of the artificial intelligence is the computer with the ability to mimic or duplicate the functions of the human brain. It is the intelligence of machine and the branch of computer science which aims to create it. It is a branch of computer science that is concerned with the automation of intelligent behavior. So like that, like a human which can read the text, which can sense also, which can listen the music or any sound and predict the result according to their experience. In the same way, machine has to react to act like human by just looking at the object, listening at the music or any sound, or just visualize anything. This is a history of artificial intelligence. So first, artificial intelligence was started by Alan Turing, who proposed the Turing theory, who proposed that machine can also act as a human. So he proposed that machine can also think like intelligently like the human. In 1955, John McCarthy, he coined the term artificial intelligence, which is same as the computers, which can act intelligently by their experience. In 1974, one computer game was made, that is the chess game, and it becomes faster and affordable. From 1980, the year of the artificial intelligence start, and in 2000, landmark of the artificial intelligence has been achieved. These are the some applications of the artificial intelligence. First, an application of artificial intelligence in medicine. So, in hospital, we can use artificial intelligence to organize the blood schedule, make the staff rotation, or provide medical information so that it can be beneficial for the medical staff as well as to cure the patient very adequately. And we can also automatically diagnose the disease from the images like your cardiology, neurology, embryology, or complex operations of the internal organs. Artificial intelligence also has an application in image-guided surgery and image analysis, and for the enhancement and noise removal of the image. So these are the application of the artificial intelligence in medicine. Second, in the telecommunication, many telecommunication companies make use of the artificial intelligence in the management of their workforce. Next is in robotics. So robotics are the machines which can behave like a human, which can do the works like a human. So it is a mechanical or virtual artificial intelligent agent, usually an electromechanical machine that is guided by a computer program or electronic circuitry. It can be autonomous or semi-autonomous. Next, Next application of the intelligence in gaming. So we can make our programs like games like chess game or tennis or Sudoku. We can solve all these games using artificial intelligence. Next in banking. So for the prediction in the stock, management of the properties, organizing the operation, we can also use the artificial intelligence. So these are the some other applications of the artificial intelligence like credit granting, information management and retrieval, help desk and assistance, employee performance evaluation, shipping, marketing, warehouse optimization, in-space workstation maintenance, satellite controls, network developments, and nuclear management. This slide shows the main objectives of the artificial intelligence. First objective is the increased accuracy. So we have some artificial network and we have to train that network like that. We have to increase the accuracy of the output. Means it can mimic the behavior like in the real life. Second is the decision making. For decision making also we use artificial intelligence like in the prediction of the stock market. So artificial intelligence should have the ability to make the decision. Third is the solve the complex problems like in Sudoku or chess gaming or this cubic. So it should have the ability to solve the complex problems. Next is the high level computations. High level that is in the range of the gigabytes or more than that. So the artificial intelligence or our model should have the capability to solve the high level computations. So all these things should be there to make a reliable artificial intelligence model. All these things are very necessary like increased accuracy, capability of decision making, capability of the to solve the complex problems and the high level computations. So artificial intelligence can be categorized into two categories. Strong artificial intelligence. In this, we have computers thinking at the level that meets or surpasses the people. Means it can also feel the emotions, it can think logically, and it can take the decision with very less error. So all this comes under the strong artificial intelligence. Second is the pattern-based artificial intelligence. This computer can solve the problems by detecting some useful patterns. For example, self-driving car or natural language processing, optical character recognitions. What they all do, some patterns are already filled in that model and it is trained according to the data and the output will be according to that data. So this category of the artificial intelligence include the pattern-based artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence, there are mainly two approaches. First is the logic and rule-based approach and second is the machine learning. So we will discuss these two approaches one by one. So first is the logic and rule-based. So in logic and rule-based, we have some rules, some set of rules and we have to decide according to the rules what will be the decision of the artificial intelligence model. So it represents the processes or system using logical rules. And rules will be like that, like a tree, it flows from top to down. And computers reasons about those rules and decision can be made using that rules. One example of this is the TurboTax, which is the expert system for the income tax laws. Second is the machine learning, which is on pattern based. So in this case, some data is already filled in the model to train that model. And the network will learn from the data and it improve its efficiency or accuracy over the time. So this pattern can be used for the automation or prediction of something. This category is called the machine learning and it is the dominant mode of the artificial intelligence in today's time. So example of the machine learning are self-driving vehicles. In USA, self-driving vehicles are already in the test mode. Second application is the automated recommendation. It is very useful in the social website. Next is the computer translator, means Google Translate, which can convert or translate the text from one language to the other language. So all these are the example of the machine learning models. In machine learning, we have these four main points. First is the learning through the data we have given. According to that data, it will detect some pattern, some relation between the pattern, data we have to give to learn the network, and then it will be adaptive according to that data. Now, this is an example of the rule-based artificial intelligence. So, for example, in a mail, we have 4 or 5 categories. First is the important mail, then social, then promotional, and then some spam mail. And we have to take the decision whether this mail is a spam mail or some important mail. So, for this, we have this machine learning model or artificial intelligence model. So, first rule we have taken is the uncache. So, we all of you know that mostly spam mails consist of this term uncache. So, we will make a decision tree like that. If it consists of this term uncached, then there will be 100% of the probability that this type of mail is in the spam mail. So, it will detect the pattern that consists of the uncached. Then accordingly, it will move it into the spam mail. Other example, it may take 2 or 3 rules. First rule is, if it contains free term, then it consists of 70% of spam. Second, if it contains uncached, means probability of the spam is 90%. If this mail is from Belarus, as all of you know, Belarus country contains more of spam, then there will be the probability of 85% of the spam. So according to all this pattern, the machine learning model will decide whether it contains the spam or this mail is spam or important mail. So first step is the algorithm improves in the performance in auto identifying the spam. First we have to make the tree. In tree we have to make these rules whether it contains these terms free, uncached and Belarus. If these contain these terms, then accordingly probability will be count and some threshold will be fixed. If it crosses that threshold, that mails will be moved to the spam folder. Next is the intelligent result without intelligence. This consists of our machine learning part. So what it did, it find some suitable proxies or patterns in the data and accordingly it will predict the result.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you. Ma'am, can you explain once again the difference between rule-based approach and machine learning?
In rule-based, we have a set of rules and according to the set of rules, we will decide whether it contains a thing or not. For example, in mails, we have 2 categories, important mail and the spam mail. Okay, so the spam consists of 3 main words. First is the free, second is the uncached, and third one is the source, like the source from Belarus. Okay, so we make a decision if it consists of these 3 terms or either of the term. Accordingly, we will decide the probability. And according to these probabilities, some threshold is set. If some mail crosses the threshold, then it will be spam mail. If it is less than that threshold, then it will be the important mail. So accordingly, a mail will be divided or moved to the spam folder or the main folder. So this is the rule-based or decision-based learning. Second is the machine learning, like our natural language processing or Google Translator. In Google Translator, what is happening?
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. There's one more question. There's one more question. Do we have to define?
Let me finish this.
Okay.
Let me finish this one. So in a Google Translator, what will happen? It will just identify the specific patterns of all the words, and according to that patterns, it will generate the words corresponding to these words. So this is called machine learning. So machine is learning according to the data that is already given. But in case of the decisions, some rules are given, and according to that rules, some probability is counted and threshold is set. and according to that threshold and the output, it will be moved to the specific folder. But in machine learning, according to the data, the machine will learn the patterns, and according to that patterns, it will generate the output. Yes, what is the other question?
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Ma'am,
You go ahead with your presentation. Maybe let me arrange some last special session for question and answer. You go ahead.
Okay, sir. So in machine learning, first step is detecting the pattern. So like in Google Translator, first is the English, and we have to change that English text into the Hindi text. So first the machine will recognize the pattern associated with the English text. Then it serves as a proxy, means it serves as an intermediate which convert that English text into the Hindi text. And accordingly, this task is called cognitive task. Next is the hybrid system. Hybrid system is that is the hybridization of the machine learning as well as rule-based system. So for example, self-driving car imply both machine learning as well as rule-based system. So if we combine human plus computer, its ability will be more than either human alone or computer alone. Next is the biological inspiration of the artificial intelligence. So all of us know in human, more complex and more important part is the brain. So artificial intelligence is the imitation or mimic behavior of the brain. So the idea of the artificial intelligence is to make the computer more robust, intelligent, and learn like our brain. So let's model our computer software after this brain. So human perform complex tasks like vision, motor control, or language understanding. So accordingly, one way to build intelligent machine is to try to imitate the principles of the human brain. So the main inspiration of the artificial intelligence is the human brain. So human brain is a highly complex non-linear parallel computer which are composed of 10 raised to power neurons. And these neurons have the connection, each neuron has a connection of 10 raised to power 4 connection. So total we have 10 raised to power 15 connection in a brain. The neuron is very much slower, that is 10 raised to power -3 compared to the silicon logic gate. So for artificial intelligence or in a computer, we make a neuron using a silicon logic gate whose speed is 10 raised to power -9 seconds. Whereas the speed of the human brain is 10 raised to power -3 seconds. So it is very much slower than the silicon logic gate. But in brain, there is an advantage that we have to do 10 raised to power 15 connections. Also, some of the neural structure of the brain is present at the birth, while other parts are developed through the learning, especially in the early stage of the life to adopt the environment. So as we grow, we learn through our environment, and accordingly, new brains will be developed. New neurons will be developed. So this is the biological structure of the neuron. So in neuron, we have these parts, dendrites. Dendrites are the nerve fibers that carrying the electrical signals from the first neuron to the another neuron. Second is the cell body that compute the nonlinear function of the input from the dendrites. Next is the axon. Axon is the long fiber that carries the electrical signal from the cell to the body of the other neurons. And next is the synapses. Synapses are the connections. These are the synapses. These are the connection between the axon of the first cell and the dendrites of the other cell. So a biological neuron consists of mainly 4 parts. Dendrites. Through dendrites, our inputs come. Cell body will compute the output according to the input from the dendrites. Axon. Axon carries the electrical signal or the information from the cell body to the other neuron. And synapses are the connections between the axon of one cell and the dendrites of the other cell. So accordingly, artificial neural network has been made. So artificial neural network is inspired by the human brain. It is a massively parallel distributed system made up of simple processing units called neurons. In this, synaptic connection strength among neurons are used to store the acquired knowledge. Knowledge is acquired by the network from its environment through a learning process. So these are the properties of the artificial neural networks. First is the learning from examples. So first, we have to give some data to the artificial neural network so that it can learn from that data or from that example and classify the signal accordingly labeled or unlabeled. Second is the adaptivity. Adaptivity is the changing of the connection strength according to the data. Non-linearity, the nonlinear activation function are essential because output may go to infinite. So to bring the output within the limit, we have to add the nonlinearity in the output. Next is a fault tolerance. If one of the neurons or connection is damaged, the whole network still works quite well. So this property, fault tolerance, is what if one connection is failed, then what should happen? It should bypass it or surpass it, and it should create the should output the result. This is a comparison of the brain and traditional computers. In brain, we have 200 billion neurons, 32 trillion synapses. Whereas in case of the RAM, modern computer, we have 1 billion byte of RAM and trillions of bytes on disk. The size of the brain neuron is 10 raised to power minus 6 meter, while the size of the computer neuron is 10 raised to power minus 9 meter. Energy used for the brain neuron is the 25 watt, whereas the energy used for CPU is 30 to 90 watt. Processing speed of the brain neuron is 100 Hz and the processing speed of the computer is 10 raised to power 9 Hz. Brain neurons are the parallel distributed, whereas the neurons of the computer are seeded and centralized. In brain neurons we have the fault tolerant, means
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
No, ma'am, it is audible.
Ma'am, the voice is clearly audible.
It is audible. It is audible.
It is audible, ma'am. You go ahead.
Okay. So in brain, fault tolerance property is there, while in case of the computer, there is no property of the fault tolerance. They can learn by their self, while the computer neural network, they can learn within some extent. So this is a model for the artificial neural network. So in this case, these X are the inputs. These are the input from the dendrites, which are gone to the cell body. So in this case, cell body is represented by neuron. So from X0 to Xm, we have the inputs, and these inputs are gone to the cell body where it will be added. After addition, it will go to the activation function, which adds some nonlinearity in the output of the neuron, and after that activation function, we will get the output. So this is a very simple model of the artificial neural network.
Sorry, ma'am. See the diagram you are like teaching to us, ma'am. This can be understood only when the person has a knowledge of. See, I think if you explain it in a bit better way, then it will be easier for us.
It is a very simple diagram. What is in biological neuron? So in biological neuron, what is there? We have dendrites. What are dendrites? They accept the output from the different neurons and give that output to the cell body. And then from cell body, it will be transferred through the axon to the next neuron.
Ma'am,
So this
it is okay. The next diagram that you were showing in that.
So that diagram is based on only this one. So what are the dendrites?
Basically, input we are taking through
So
the
these
dendrites.
are the dendrites, which are the input to the cell body. So this is your cell body. So these are the inputs from different neurons. So for example, there are maybe M neurons from X0 to Xm. There are the M number of neurons. So all these neurons will given to the cell body. So this is the cell body which will process all the inputs. So here these inputs will be added. After that, this is the activation function. Activation function perform it at the non-linearity that I will explain in the next slides. What is the meaning of activation function? So this activation function will add the non-linearity in the output of this neuron, and after that we will have the output. So this is a simple model that we have studied in the previous slide for the biological neuron. Dendrites, cell body, and then we have the axon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, and from this output these act as a synapses, which will go to the another neuron. Okay, and that they will be the output for the they will be the input for the other neurons. So this model is clear. It is similar to the simple biological neuron. Next is this bias. What is AI here? AI is the function of this summation of from x0 to xn. So how we can write? AI is the function of ni, and from here we have this W. W are the weights. Weight defined. What is the weightage of each input neuron? So this x1 multiplied by the wi1, x2 multiplied by the wi2, x3 will be multiplied by wi3, and xm will be multiplied by the win. So in this way we are multiplying each input with the weight plus one term is there, b. This b is called the bias. So this b is used to improve the performance of the neuron. And this is the output of this one. After this, we have this activation function.
But can you be a little bit more clear about the concept of bias?
Bias,
mathematical function.
Just assume if the output of this one is equal to 0. This activation function can be in the form of the logarithmic also. So what will be the log of 0?
I'm unable to comprehend the purpose of this mathematical statistical function that you have given on the screen in context of artificial. Really not able to figure it out.
Actually, first I have explained biological neuron. That is the inspiration of the artificial neuron. So we are studying about the artificial intelligence, and the main inspiration of the artificial intelligence is the human brain, and it is the basic unit of the artificial intelligence, that is your artificial neural model. So if it is clear how we create, how we convert our basic neuron to the artificial neuron, then we can understand the concept of the artificial intelligence. So what is it doing? Artificial neural model, it is just mimic or imitate the behavior of the biological neuron. And how it is mimicking that behavior, that I am trying to explain mathematically also. So in this, we have had bias B because this activation function can be logarithmic also. In case of logarithmic, the output of this is equal to 0 or infinite. Then what will happen? Log of infinite and log of 0. That is not defined. So our neural model, what will happen? It will not work or it will be failed. So to resolve this issue, we add this bias term, so that this bias term mostly we take is equal to 1. To improve the performance of the network.
Basically, we do not know the meaning of bias. Why this? Because bias has so many different meanings. So in this
Actually,
context,
in artificial neural networks, while we are working on this artificial work, we have to take some assumptions to get our result. It is not exactly like our biological neurons. We have to take some assumptions because we have to take do the training of the network according to the data, and we have to take care that our network will not fail, and it should reach their local minima, or it should converge. So because of this, we have to take some assumptions to improve the performance of the neural network. So we can't take it as complete similar to the biological neurons or biological brain. So we have to take some assumptions to improve the performance of the neural networks. So this bias is also the assumption to improve the performance of our network.
Ma'am, can you give any practical example?
Yeah.
Can you give any practical example so that just
Yeah,
in order to simulate this function?
Participants, actually, these are all the terms actually we need to learn to understand the fundamental of artificial intelligence. Okay, so better you pay some time patience. So once Madam will explain this fundamental concept, and I think she will move into where and how to define these bias, activation function, and all the concepts. So this is the theoretical background of the definitions. Okay, so then it may be understand after this presentation. So please have a patience, but even though if you have doubt, then Madam will answer at the end of the session. So in between, it will break the session. I think you hope understood. Madam, you please go ahead.
Okay, participants. In last, I will explain all the doubts. So this is bias. This is the activation function. So what is the function of the activation function? It just adds the non-linearity in the output of the cell body. So first is the linear. Linear means the same input, same output we'll have. So second is the threshold. In thresholding, we limit the output only in between 0 and 1. So if n is less than 0, means n is the input and this y-axis is the output. So if input is less than 0, we take it as equal to 0, and if it is greater than 0, we take it as equal to 1. Next is the sigmoid function. In sigmoid function also we limit the input is n from 0 to 1 in this form. So all these are the sigma activation function which add the nonlinearity in the output of the neuron. These are the other activation function. Next is the artificial neural network, a neural network that I have already explained. So this is the simple model of the network topology. In this, first we have the input layer, directly goes to the output layer, and accordingly we will get the output. So in the output layer, we have input from each and every input node. So after calculating this, we will get the output layer. So it is a very simple topology of the network, which is called single layer feed forward networks. Second is the multi-layer feed forward network. Feed forward means they are going only in the forward direction. From left to right, if it is going, then it is called feed forward network. If it goes from right to left, is back from output to input, then it is called feedback networks. So this is also example of the feed forward network. So in this case, we have one more layer, which is called hidden layer. So it is a multi-layer in which we have input layer, hidden layer, and the output layer. Next is the recurrent networks or feedback networks. So I have already explained, if the output goes back to the input, then it is called feedback or recurrent. So this is the example or next topology of the recurrent network. So these are the example of the neural networks. For artificial neural network, we have perceptron, ATAL, Hopfield network. Current models which are using in recent applications are deep learning architectures, multi-layer perceptron, radial basis functions, self-organizing networks. So these are the neural networks which are used in the recent.
Ma'am, you're just, excuse me, ma'am, you're just reading it out from the slides. You need to explain something at least, isn't it, about this? What is this ATAL and what is this Hopfield network? If you're not explaining,
right now you can't understand about this. Previous example that I have shown, it is an example of the perceptron. So in this case, we have just input and output. So I don't think there is nothing to explain this. It is already visible from this slide. Or in this slide, I am just giving the examples, which are the networks which are using in the recent area. So in recent applications, we are using this network. So I can't explain all these networks right now. If you have interest in these networks, you can Google it also. So I am just giving the
Give the
basic.
examples.
What is the artificial
These are
neural
the
network?
examples.
And how, yes, I am just giving the basic, and I am
Excuse
also
me. Excuse me.
yes.
This early ANN models, whatever is written below it, the perceptron, Adeline, and Hopfield network, these are all examples of ANN models.
Yes. Also
These are the
practical examples of the ANN models.
Can you please elaborate?
So
These are the
if you are interested in this now, so I can't explain each and everything of artificial neural networks in 1 and 30.
I am not
30
asking to
minutes
explain that,
lecture.
madam. I am asking whether it is an example of ANN models.
It is model.
That was my question.
Okay. So how can we decide a network? So in a network, what are the key terms? First one is the input nodes. Input nodes means how many data we have. So these are the inputs. So accordingly, we have the input neurons. Next is the output nodes. Output nodes, what are the different classes? So for example, if we have to recognize letters from A to Z in English characters, so in this case, we have total 26 number of classes. So these 26 are the output nodes. Transfer function means the activation function. Number of hidden nodes depend on ourselves. So if we increase the number of the hidden nodes, accuracy of the model will increase or it will improve. But side by side, if we increase the hidden nodes so much, then it will be computational complex. So we have to take a trade-off between the number of hidden nodes and the accuracy of the system. So these are the main parameters to decide a network topology. Input node means number of the data, number of the features we are giving to the model. Output node means number of classes we want to decide for the input data. Transfer function is the activation function. Hidden nodes that we have to decide according to the accuracy of the system and the computational complexity of the system. So here is an example. This pen is given and we have to predict whether this is a pen or pencil. So we can decide it that it is a pen, but how a machine decide whether it is a pen or pencil? So first, what we have to do, we have to give a number of data. We have to give the images for the pen also and pencil also. So first we have to give the input to the network. We have to decide the topology. In input, we have this complete image of the pen and pencil. So we give the images of the pen and pencil to the network. Accordingly, first we decide the number of hidden neurons. Okay. Then output. What will be the output? Output yes or no, whether it is a pen or no. So only we have two output, true or false, or 0 or 1. So first we have to decide the topology. Then we have to give the data. Then network, according to the output and this images, it will decide whether it is a pen or pencil. And it is a pen or no. So in this we have mainly three terms. E is the yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
This one, the hidden component, please, will you explain it? What is hidden component here?
Hidden neurons, we have to declare the hidden neurons, number of the hidden neurons. Okay, so they will do the computational, all the computations, and this is like a cell body that will do all the computations, calculations. After that, they will perform some activation function and give to the output. So in the next slide, I will explain this. First, let me to complete this slide. If you have any doubt, then ask after this end of this presentation. So in the machine learning algorithm, we have mainly three terms: experience, task, and probability. Experience means what the network learns from the data. So in the input, we have to give the number of pictures for pen and pencil. Accordingly, the neural network will learn whether it is a pen or pencil. T is the task. Task depend on the output. What will be the probability? The task we have to task is that we have to predict whether it is a pen or pencil, and P is the probability whether it is a pen or pencil. So on the probability, means we have to set some threshold. For example, it is equal to 0.9. So if the probability is greater than 0.9, then it is a pen. If the probability is less than 0.9, then it is a pencil.
Ma'am, how we are calculating this threshold?
Threshold we have to set by ourselves.
No, but depend on the certain outputs. Whatever output we are getting, accordingly we will decide.
According to that output, that it is a pen or pencil, that is our task. So we will set it equal to 0.9 or 0.8. That is our task. So threshold we have to set by ourselves, which threshold we want, and accordingly the task will be performed to cross that task, threshold. So here is another example like the voice recognition. Now we have the task to discriminate between two voices. So we have two voices, one from the Steve and second from the David. And this data consists of 60 bins. So 60 bins means we have total 16 number of input neurons. Here we take hidden neurons equal to 6. So this hidden neurons depend on us, but what should be the number of the hidden neurons? So if we increase the number of the hidden neurons, it will improve the accuracy of the system, as well as side by side, it will increase the computations of the system. So in this case, you can see for each and every hidden neurons, all the 16 inputs are there. Second case also, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay. So obviously, if we increase the number of the hidden neurons from 6 to 7, against total 60 input will be there. So it will increase the computational complexity also. So here in this example, I have decided number of neurons, hidden neurons equal to 6. So in each and every hidden neurons, we have total 60 inputs. It will calculate it. First, we have the weight. According to this weight, it will calculate the output of the hidden neurons. In the problem, we have the sources of the two voices, Steve and David. So for this network, we have total two output, 0 and 1. So this is the network topology that we have to decide. First, we have the 60 inputs, so we have to take 16 node. We have to decide by ourselves number of the hidden neurons. So in this case, we have decided number of hidden neurons equal to 6, and then output. So we have two outputs. So according to this network topology is decided.
Ma'am,
yes.
Ma'am, here input, no, you are telling no input, 60 input. It means the words we have to record our voice through some text messages. Let's say, for example, good morning, like that. Steve has to speak.
These are the speeches which is converted into number of
Steve has to record his voice 60 times, 60 different ways of words. Similarly, David also has to do it.
Yeah, it is for both. So serially, it will go serially. So serially, first for the Steve and then David.
Okay, we have to. They have to record the thing alternatively. Their voice should be.
Yes.
Through different text messages. And how that you are telling, ma'am, 6 hidden? What is that 6 hidden? I don't understand.
6 is this hidden neurons. We can't directly give input to the output.
Okay, ma'am.
So
okay,
in
ma'am.
between we have this hidden neurons that we have to decide.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
So these are the 6 we have already decided. So if we increase the number of these hidden layers, these hidden neurons, then accuracy will improve. Means that the performance of the network will improve, but side by side it will increase the computational complexity of the network. So we have to take the trade-off between the number of neurons as well as the computational complexity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So this is presenting the data. First, we present the data of the Steve. Accordingly, these weights and biases are there. First, they were randomly initialized weight and biases of between these hidden neurons and the input layer. First, they are randomly initialized. So inputs will be given, output of the hidden neurons will be calculated, and accordingly the output will be calculated. Same for the Steve and the David. So from the first we have the untrained data. So from untrained data output we will get 0.43, 0.26 for the stream, and for David we got 0.73 and 0.55. So what do you mean by the untrained network? Means the parameters of this hidden neurons, which are weight and biases, they are not trained according to the data. So accordingly we will get this data. So can we decide from this data whether this bias consists of stream or David? Can we decide it? No, we can't decide it from this data, from this output, whether this bias consists of stream and David. So first thing is we have to train the network according to this data. So what we do, for the first network, if 0 is there, then it is not, if this second output is for the stream and first output is for the David. So for the both network, if we subtract 0 here and 1 here. This 1 is for the stream and 0 for the 0 means it is not the bias of stream. For the second network, if 1 is there, means it is the bias of David. If 0 is there, means it is not the bias of David. So first task is we have to calculate the error. And how we calculate the error? We calculate we subtract the output of the previous network 0.543 from the target value. So here we have this target value 0 and 1, and here we have this target value 1 for this and 0 for the second output. So first task is to calculate the error. Error is calculated like this: output from the network minus this target value. So these 0 ones are the target values. So we will calculate the error of this network 0.43, 0.74, and similarly for the David case.
Why, excuse me, why we are subtracting?
Because we have to train the network according to their voices. So first, what is neural network? It learns by itself. So how it learns? It learns by the data. So first we have to give the data. From the data, we have to calculate the error. After calculating this error, we have to feedback this error to the network. And the parameters of these hidden neurons, the parameters are weight and biases, they will be modified according to this error. So we have to improve the performance of this network according to this error. So that to give the probability, so that the machine can decide whether this voice is from stream or David.
Ma'am, it is clear to us.
Okay, now I think so. After that, this error is circulated back to this network. Here also, in the second case also. And based on this error, some mathematical derivations are there: learning rate, adaptive learning rate, differentiation we have to take. So some mathematics are there. According to this error, this network will be trained. So this network will be trained according to this error and the data given at the input.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Why 0 is subtracted there from 0.43 and 1 is subtracted in the later case for Steve?
So it is, listen, it is your binary classification. So we have to recognize whether this is your Steve voice or David voice. So for Steve, output second will be activated. For David, output 1 will be activated. That's why.
But then for the second data of Steve is 0.26. So it means, I hope it is a less.
It is output from this network. We have not any concern with this. We have not set this. We have set only the output. So for the first output,
that is from the maximum value, that is 0.43, you are subtracting 0. And for the minimum value 0.26, you are subtracting minus 1.
Just listen, it is not minimum and maximum value. Okay, these are the output from the data. So these are already data we have given to the network. We have not set these values. These values are already come from this data.
That I understood. But my question is, why 0 is subtracted from 0.43 and 1 is subtracted from 0.6?
But I am telling you now, for the first node, just listen. First node, this is the output for the David. second node output for the state. This is clear?
Yeah, output from the state. But that how
second,
you have done?
just listen. I'm not finished now. Just listen. Second is for the David and first is for state. First is for David and second is for the state. So if first is for the this, second is for the state, then obviously first is 0 here.
Yes.
For binary classification, so binary classification in the form of 0 and 1. So second node is for the state. That's why we have subtracted 1 from here.
Okay, the second one you are taking as the David data, and the first one you are taking it as the output for the Steve.
Second is for the Steve data, and second is for the first one is for the David. That's why in the second network I put 1 here.
Excuse me, ma'am. I think 0 you have taken for Steve, or 1 you have taken as a David, or 1 as a Steve.
One for the Steve. Sorry, first node. This take it as like this. First node for the David and second node for the Steve.
First node for the David.
First node for the David and second node for the Steve. So accordingly,
that's why the one is subtracted for the second. Okay, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So I take it as a binary classification for your understanding. So 0 means it is not the voice of state. 1 means it is a voice of state. Here 1 means it is a voice of David. 0 means it is not a voice of David. So this is our target value. These are all the target values. These are the output from the network. So to calculate the error, we have subtracted the output of the network from the target value. Now it is clear?
The target value. Can you explain again, ma'am?
The 0 and 1 concept is clear. 0 is subtracted because it was not. It was Steve.
I simply take it as a binary classification. 0 means it is not Steve voice. 1 means it is a Steve voice. Here 1 means David voice. 0 means it is not David voice. Okay. So error will be calculated. This error will be propagated back to the network, and according to some mathematical calculations, the weight and biases means the parameters of these connections will be modified. Okay, after this, means this is the process. We just set the number of iterations. Here we set it 1 lakh. So after this iteration means iteration is total this how many times we calculate the error. This error we go back to this network. Then again it will calculate the output. Then again subtract the output from the target value. Calculate the error. Again this error will go back to the network. So all this called the iterations. So to solve this problem, we set our iterations equal to 1 lakh. And what is happening here? We have present the data, calculate the error, and this error will be back propagated to the network, and according to that error, weights are adjusted. And this is the process of this training. So in this training, we have put number of iteration equal to 1 lakh, and here is the error rate. Error rate means what? How you define error rate? Error rate means they are wrongly classified. And this error rate will be reduced as we increase the number of iterations. And after 80,000, it is constant. So what will be the output? I will show you. After this number of iteration, output is like this. For the Steve, first node is equal to 0.01 and second node is equal to 0.99. So in this case, now we calculate the output like in this manner. For the Steve, we have the second node active. So we have the output equal to 0.99, that is nearly equal to 1. And the first is 0.01, that is nearly equal to 0. Similarly, for the second case for David, where output node 1 is the output is equal to 0.99, that is nearly equal to 1. And output node 2 is equal to 0.01, that is nearly equal to 0. So this is the neural network. Now it is trained neural networks. So whenever there is a data of Steve or David, accordingly it will produce the probability. So if the probability of the first node is nearly equal to 0.99, then it means it is a voice of debit. If the output of the second node is nearly equal to 0.99, then it means it is the voice of the stream. So in this way, our machine or our model will recognize the or will differentiate between the voice of the stream and debit. Yes, yes, participants. Now this concept is clear.
Now, can we revert back this error rate to get a better error rate, lower error rate? The 0.0
It is already better, 0.99. If you increase the number of hidden neurons, or if you further increase the number of iterations, then it may be modified little one, but it will increase the computational complexity of this model. And 0.99 is also a significant value. So we can use only this number of hidden neurons for the practical purpose.
Right. Thank you.
So there is no need of any improvement or any modification in this network to improve the performance, because already we got a very good performance result using this network topology. So what are the main concepts? First, we have to present the data of the network. Then we have to decide how many hidden neurons will be there, how many output nodes will be there according to the data. So first we calculate the output. So from output in the target value, we will calculate the error. This error will be propagated back to the network to adjust the parameters of this hidden connection. And it will go until we get a significant value of the output. So after the training, now this is the example of the trained network. After this training, we will get our network like this. So this is our trained network whose probability is also significant, that is satisfied, so that we can differentiate between these two voices. So whenever in testing phase some voice is given, this network will automatically identify whether this voice is from C or debit. So this is the result of voice recognition. So they learn to generalize from the original data. Networks with different weight setting have same functionality. All these are this. Second example is the house price prediction. So this can also be done by using artificial neural network. So if you want to buy some new house, it is a very stressful thing. A number of parameters you have to keep in mind. So we can use also artificial neural networks to decide the housing price or whether to take this house or not. So what are the features? First is the square foot area, how much is the area of that house. Second is the neighborhood, how is it there, neighbor is there, how many blocks, how many houses are already occupied, how many number of bedrooms, whether it is 2 BHK, 3 BHK or 4 BHK according to you, number of stories, 1 story, 2 story, area outside of the house, and the rooms on the floor. So now in this case, all these are the features that we have to decide for. From these features, we have to decide what should be the house price, what should be the price of that house. This problem is clear. In the previous example, we have total 60 bins. These are the features of the voice that we have given to the network. Now for the house price prediction, we have total 6 parameters. These 6 parameters are very important to decide the price of the house. This is a simple example for house price prediction.
Ma'am, we will follow a rule-based approach.
In this case, rule-based approach we can use. We can use rule-based approach or regression-based. So in this case also we have 3 things: experience, task, and probability. Experience means we will give the data. Means for each and every condition we will give the data, number of rooms, number of stories, number of bedrooms, area outside the house, rooms on the floor. So all these inputs we are giving to the machine learning. According to this experience, the network will be trained, and in the last we will get the probability whether what should be the price of that house. So this problem is different from the previous problem. In previous problem, we have to decide whether this voice is a Steve voice or David voice. So this is your recognition task. You have to decide whether it is 0 or 1. But it is not here. In this case, we have to decide the house price. So this type of the problem is called regression problem, in which we have to decide continuous value. In the previous example, we have to decide the digital or discrete value, whether it is 0 or 1, whether it is from Steve or David. So that type of the problem is called the classification or recognition type. In this case, based on these features, all these features, we have to decide the price of the house. So this type of the problem is called the regression problem, and it will give some continuous value of that problem. So how it works? First is the collection of data. In each and every machine learning algorithm or artificial neural networks or artificial intelligence, first step is the collection of data. So we have to give number of data so that we can train our network according to that data. Second step is, according to this data given, we have to train our network. So in this case, we have this problem of linear regression. So in this case, we have to plot some graph that will predict the value of the house price based on that graph. So these are the steps. This is the flow chart to detect or to decide the house price from the given features. So first, for each and every artificial neural networks, we have to divide our data into trained data and test data. So what do you mean by trained data and test data? According to trained data, we train our network. So we will give the input to the network. Accordingly, we will get the output. That output will be subtracted from the target value. Error will be calculated. This error will go back to the network. It will adjust the weight and biases according to that error, and we will perform that training until we will get a satisfying probability or output. So this phase is called the training. Okay. Now what is testing data? After training of the data, we test our data, new data, through that network. Now there will be no any training. Only for the test data we get the output, and according to that output we will predict the response of that system. Okay, training is just used to train the network according to data. After training, we will test our data. So for training data, first we use the primary analysis, whether these are rupees, some feet, some numeric numbers will be given. So we will do some pre-processing to convert all these data into some standard form. Then we do some advanced analysis and dimensionality reduction. What do you mean by the dimensionality reduction? Some features here are important and some features are not important. Like in this case, square foot area, it is very important. Neighborhood is not so important. Number of bedrooms and rooms on one floor. All these two features are the similar things. So we can ignore rooms on one floor. Area outside the house, it is also important, and number of stories also important. So out of this 6 data, we can ignore neighborhood and rooms on one floor. So in dimensionality reduction of feature extraction, we can take only 4 features which are most important features to decide the house price. So next step is to dimensionality reduction. After that, the prediction will be done. So in the same way, the network will be trained that we have done in the previous example, and accordingly some continuous value will be there, and it will predict the value predict the price of the house.
Ma'am, in case of a trained data, basically, see, we will in advance we will decide. Suppose it's a 3 BHK, 2 BHK. So what should be the realistic prices of that, and what are the basically what includes in that? So accordingly, we will train. That is the meaning of trained data.
Yes. Yes, that is the meaning of trained data. We already take the values of the all these value, number of stories, number of rooms, neighborhood, outside area of the house, and accordingly some price is already given. So first we train our data according to these values. Now we have some features. According to these features, what should be the price of that house? That is the testing phase.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So these are the other applications of the artificial neural networks or artificial intelligence. First is the pattern recognition, in this character recognition. So we're dealing by character recognition. For example, in a vehicle, number plate is there. So we just take the picture of the number plate. We will give to our artificial intelligence. What will be the output? Output will be that number, that this is the number of that vehicle. And accordingly, the owner, all the details of that owner will come for that number. Second is face recognition. Face recognition is used for the biometric identification. So for one-to-one identification from one to many, whether it contains in the same database or not. And in many cases for the this attendance also, we use face recognition. So to recognize a face from a database, that is the application of the pattern recognition. Next is the sonar mine or rock recognition. It depends on the image processing techniques. So some image already is given to the neural network. If these images are similar to the sonar mine or rock, then it will be recognized as yes, otherwise it is not. Next is the navigation of a car. Navigation of a car means your GPS system. We fill some location in the car will automatically reach to the destination that we have filled in that system. Stock market prediction. Stock market prediction means some inputs are given according to the past values, and accordingly it will predict what will be the future value of that particular company. Next is the pronunciation, like the case of the network. So all these are the application of the artificial or neural networks. These are the future of the artificial intelligence. So its pilot application, stick to the artificial intelligence. Take this. So this is the conclusion that we have studied about the brief of the artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence, our main inspiration is the biological neuron. So we mimic or imitate the behavior of the artificial biological neuron to the artificial neuron, how it works, and how we can train that neural network according to our data, and we will get our output to the performance of the network by changing the number of the hidden neurons. By increasing the number of the iterations, we can improve the performance of the artificial neural networks. We have discussed some of its property, application, and achievement. So now everywhere we are using artificial intelligence in computer, also in self-driving car, also pattern recognition, face recognition, satellite imaging, in music composition, also in medical, also in gaming, also virtual reality, also. These are all the applications of the artificial intelligence. So the ultimate goal of institutions and scientists working on AI is to solve majority of the problems or to achieve the task which humans directly can't accomplish. So in case of the stock market prediction, for managing hospital or for managing some big organizations, artificial intelligence can play a very important role. The decision it can make that normal human person cannot not also take. So that we have already discussed. So all these are the references for from that we can study about it. Thank you. So that's all with my presentation.
Excuse me, ma'am, please just show the last resource slide so that we can just note down those.
Yes, just note down all these references. So if you want to know more about artificial intelligence, you can go through this.
Excuse
Check
me,
the
ma'am.
content. Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you please go to the slide that contains the bias thing? That please, if once again you will just throw a bit light on that. Yes,
System
yeah,
bias.
yeah.
Okay, this model is clear.
Yeah, this model is clear.
Okay, so what is the output of this neuron? Can you tell me?
This is the cell body. This is the dendrite. From dendrite X0, X1. These are the inputs of the dendrite from dendrite, right? Now that summation means it is coming to the cell body. Now from here, F is the activation function. That means it is traveling. Means to the axon, it is traveling, and then AI is the output of that axon, and that will eventually go to the next dendrite. Am I clear?
Yeah, you are clear. So what is happening here in this neuron? X1 multiplied by this WI1.
Weightage value. Yes.
This weight is the weightage. What is the weightage of each and every input to this cell body? And all these are the output from the other neurons. Okay.
Yeah, that I understand.
So if we did not add any bias, then this will be the output of this neuron.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So what will happen if this X is equal to 0 or W is equal to 0?
X, that means from the dendrite, no inputs are coming. Is it like that?
It is like that. That is in biological term. But in case of the artificial neural networks, where we are dealing with the computer, so in some algorithm is there. So if this function is 0, then what will happen? Because our brain has the property of the fault tolerance. So if one neuron is not working, it can shift to the other neuron. But in computer, in artificial neural network, we have not any property of fault tolerance. So if it is equal to 0, then what will happen? This network will be failed.
Yes.
But there will be no output. It will not have any probability, no output. So to compensate with this problem, what we are doing, we are adding +1 here. So there is no any significance change in the output value because of adding this one in the complete input. What will happen if we add only 1 here? There will be no any significance output, significant change in the output, because adding 1 will not reflect the output. So in case of the artificial neural network, we have to make lot of assumptions so that our network will behave very good, improve the performance, and it will behave correctly. That's why we are adding 1 here, so that our network
like
will never
constant term. Is it like just a constant term we are adding?
Just we are adding one constant term whose value is equal to 1. So it will not change the value of output significantly, but it will just compensate if our network fails. Means if this value is equal to 0, that it will then what will be this nonlinear function. So nonlinear function of 1, there will be some value. So our network will not fail.
Okay.
Still it will do working.
Okay.
Now this concept is clear.
Bias, why you are adding the bias? Now this concept is clear. Thank you.
Okay, it is just the assumption so that it can behave correctly in artificial world also.
Okay.
But in brain, in biological neuron, there is no term like bias because it is fault tolerant.
Yeah, because if one is not working, then the thousands are there, lakhs are there, they are working. So
yes. But in artificial world, if one is failed, output is equal to 0, then our network will fail. So to avoid this condition, we add one bias.
Okay.
Yes, any other doubt?
Activation function, I asked you about that. What is this
Yes.
activation function?
Yes. Okay. Yes, here output is what? It is in the range of 0 and 1. Yes, we should get our output in the range of 0 and 1. Okay, this point is clear. To get the to get the result, output should be in the range of 0 and 1. Not less than 0, not more than 1. Any doubt in this? So if we perform this task, if we remove any this activation function, what will be output? Output can be negative also, or it may approach to infinite also. So it can be very less value also, or maybe more value also. So in that case, if it is a continuous value, whose values may be from minus infinite to infinite, it is very difficult to conclude the result. So to limit the value in between 0 and 1, we are using this activation function.
Okay, ma'am. Right.
So by using activation function, what is the use of activation function? I have explained here. So it limits the value from minus 1 to 1. So if the value is in between this range, we output this model can decide output very easily. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to find the output if it is in the range from minus infinite to plus infinite. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Priti Goel, for sharing your valuable experience to the participants related to the artificial intelligence, like introduction to artificial intelligence and applications. So I hope the participants are benefited. So if you have any queries, so you can write to Madam email. So she will answer your queries in future. Okay. So thank you for all the participants. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Priti ma'am, for sharing the
Thank
information.
you for inviting me.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now we conclude this forenoon session. So now we break for the lunch. So the afternoon session will resume at 2 p.m. So thank you and see you again. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Just basics about data communication and computer network. If you have any queries, you are free to ask. Okay. So the first thing is the first question, which is what is the data communication? So to understand this data communication, first we need to understand what is the communication. So communication is nothing but the information transmission from one place to another place that we also refer at as telecommunication. Okay, whenever the communication is transmitted to a distance, we will refer it as telecommunication. And what is the meaning of this data? Data is nothing but the information that we want to communicate to other person, that we refer it as data. Okay, and it may be in whatever form agreed upon by the both parties, that is transmitting party as well as the receiving party. So by considering these two definitions, now we can define the data communication as the exchange of data between two devices via some form of transmission media such as wired cable, and this communication may also possible using wireless medium that we are currently doing in mobile communication. Okay, where the communication is transmitted from one mobile to another mobile through some cellular infrastructure like base station or the backbone network like PSTN or ISDN. So this kind of communication is also one kind of telecommunication system. Okay. The next is what are the different components that we need in data communication. So first, the thumb thing is we need first sender, we need another device which is receiver and a medium. So this sender will transmit its information through the medium to the receiver. The one thing that is required at the sender is the sender needs to follow some kind of protocols, and that protocol will have a number of rules like rule 1, 2, 3 up to n rules. Okay, so that the information may be like the transmission of information should be reliable and it should be properly decodable at the receiver side, and then same set of rules which referred to as protocol, will be utilized at the receiver side. So if this way is followed, that means we are actually realizing communication between sender and receiver. So this is nothing but the information, the transmission of information from one place to another place by following some set of protocols. And this is referred as communication system. Okay. So these are the three examples, like the flow, the data flow. Okay, in first example, the figure shows the communication of simplex communication, simplex data flow. In simplex data flow, it generally follows only unidirectional approach. You can try to understand this simplex data flow as single lane road where the traffic can go only in unidirectional. So bidirectional traffic is not allowed. Okay, the best thing is like in your desktop also you can consider keyboard, mouse as a like whatever the communication we do with the keyboard. It's also one example of simplex data flow. Okay, the next is half duplex data flow. So in half duplex data flow, communication is possible from both sides. Like this station 1 can communicate to station 2, and station 2 can also communicate to station 1. But the only problem is only one can communicate at a time. Okay, so this is the half duplex data flow. The example of this structure can be considered using walkie-talkie communication. So whenever you want to communicate through walkie-talkie, what you need to do is first you need to talk, and then you enable other person to let like if they want to talk or not. So this way is actually we are communicating one by one. This is the example of half duplex communication. The third one is the full duplex communication, where transmitter and receiver can talk at any time, and they are free to like transmit or receive their information at the same time. And this kind of full duplex communication has some challenges. Even in mobile communication system, the full duplex communication is now presented as a future wireless technology. Actually, it is like it is having a lot of research potential, because in full duplex communication, it is very difficult to understand the interference caused by its own transmission. Like if I am trying to tell you something and you want to try to tell me something at the same time, so my voice will also act as a interference for my ears, because it will create noise. So we need to understand, we need to define our own signal in such a way that the impact of our own signal should be nullified, and at the same time we can receive the other's message perfectly. So this is all about the full duplex communication or full duplex data flow. Next is network. So I have I'll try to just give you the basic idea what is the meaning of network. So you can define a network as set of devices. We can also refer those devices as nodes, because in communication system we call as node. If the nodes are connected through some kind of links, then this structure have nodes and links, we can call it as network, if they are able to communicate to each other. So this node that we are considering in a network can be a computer, printer, or any other devices capable of sending or receiving data generated by other nodes on the network. Okay, a link that we use to like allow the communication or information transmission between two devices can be of cable, air, optical fiber cable, or any other medium which can transport signal carrying information. So this is all about the network, some basic definitions which is required to understand the network. Next is what are the different criterias that we need to follow for the network formation. So first criteria is performance. We should be careful about the performance. It depends on different network elements, what kind of router, what kind of transmitter or receiver we are going to use in this network. Okay, what kind of the communication channel we need to have. Suppose if we are having wireless channel, then the performance will be different as compared to the channel when we have the optical fiber cable. Obviously, the performance in optical fiber channel is much better than the wireless channel. So it depends. But as I mentioned, in network, if you change the channel or if you change the medium, the performance will change. It will have some pros and cons. So nothing is perfect. We consider wireless, it has some advantage as well as some disadvantage. If we consider optical fiber cable, or if we consider the twisted pair or the coaxial cable, they all have some advantage and disadvantage that we will try to understand in this session. Okay, and this performance generally we observe in terms of two parameters that we call it as delay and throughput. So in communication or computer network, this delay is a very important parameter that we need to think about, because if the information is delayed, the delayed information will have no role. Suppose we want to transmit some data, and the data is not received at the required time, then it will be considered as a lost data. Okay, so delay is important, and throughput is nothing but the how much bit rate we can receive, useful information we can receive at the receiver side. The second thing is the reliability. So in communication or computer network, the second thing is how much robust your communication or computer network is. Okay, how prone it is for the failure. If we are going to transmit any information and because of some noise, the information bits are like flipped. Suppose we have sent 101. Okay, at the receiver side, it is received as 111. Then this transmission will be considered as having some error. So we need to design the network that should be reliable, that can effectively avoid this kind of failures or flipping of bits. The other important thing is security. So in network, security can be breached by malicious users. They can have encryption key. Okay. So if you consider encryption-based security, and because nowadays we are having like supercomputers, so they can try all the possible like keywords. That is, suppose if we are using some kind of encryption key, and if that's encryption key is not sufficient, like it's not enough, or it's not strong, then with the help of supercomputer, we are able to decode the unintended masses. So that we need to think properly before deploying any network. What 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 are the possible security risk a network can have? Okay. With respect to security, now we are thinking to provide security aspect in lower layers as well. And if we are considering security at the lower layer, we will refer to it as physical layer security, because we are now trying to secure our network at the physical layer itself, apart from upper layers. So these are the things that we need for physical structure. First is what kind of connections we are going to have, whether it is point-to-point connection or multi-point connection. Okay. Point-to-point connection, then we need just single transmitter and receiver. If we are having a multi-point connection, then we need multiple recipients of single transmission. So you can consider the practical example of point-to-point communication as when you want to transmit any file using your Bluetooth, then it will be considered as a point-to-point communication. But this Bluetooth transmission should be done with only one other mobile devices, other mobile device. This multi-point connection you can consider if you want to share your memories or your photo in any WhatsApp group, and it will be considered as a multi-point because the transmitter is only one and recipient will be more than one because we consider the number of members in WhatsApp group will be more than two. So with that way, connections are defined. Now, other thing that is required is physical topology. Now, how this network is actually framed, what kind of devices required for the connection, what kind of transmission type is required, like if it is unicast or it is multicast or broadcast. Unicast is it is intended for one receiver. Multicast is like when you want to transmit information to more than one devices. Broadcast is like whatever information I am having, I want to share this information with everyone. So this is kind of broadcast. You know the AM and FM radio transmission, they are generally broadcast in nature. So these are the type of in this two figure. I've shown two types of connection. First is point-to-point connection, where one station is connected to other station using a link. And in second figure, I've shown multi-point connection, where one station is connected to different stations using a single bus. We call it as backbone cable or backbone resource. Okay, you can take this kind of structure in your desktop PC also. Suppose you are having one CPU, and if you want to use two monitors, okay, you can connect those two monitors, the single bus, and then you will have this kind of structure. So now,
Excuse me, sir. Sir, presently you are teaching to us. So this will be considered as a like many devices. It's a broadcast or multicast.
Which one?
Sir, you see so many participants are connected through different stations and the same content you are delivering, it is reaching to each and everyone. So it is a broadcasting or multicast.
Exactly, it is not broadcasting. If this video is intended for those persons which are already joined in this session, then it will be referred as multicast. If this video, the recorded version of this video is uploaded to YouTube, then it will be broadcast.
So presently it is multicast.
I'm not sure. It depends on the organizers whether they are considering this kind of session for the intended participants only, or they want to upload this presentation to YouTube. So if they are uploading the presentation to YouTube, then this will be broadcast.
Broadcast. That is clear, sir. But see, suppose we can say as many number of participants are connected to you. So that is the only one channel. So it is a multicast or broadcast?
It is,
you said.
It is multicast.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So now we need to define what are the different topology, like how more than one device can be connected to each other. So that can be defined using one kind of topology. So currently, or in general, we are having four like popular topologies. First is mass topology, star topology, bus topology, and ring topology. So each topology has particular advantage and disadvantage. We need to identify which topology is suitable for which application. Okay. nothing is superior and nothing is worse. So we need to like take decision appropriately. So in mesh topology, if we are having some number, like we are having 5 nodes, okay, and if all the nodes are connected to all the nodes, in this figure you can see I have shown 5 different stations, and all the stations are individually connected to all the stations. So this kind of structure we can refer to as mass topology. First we will see what are the advantages of this mass topology. The information transmission is the fastest because we have dedicated link between 2 stations, and the disadvantage is like because all the nodes are connected to all nodes, so we need more input output ports, we need more wired cables. So this way, this may be considered as the disadvantage, because if we want to calculate the number of branches or number of cables that are required for like deploying mesh topology, if we are having n number of nodes, then we need n minus 1 link. Okay, so if you repeat this to n times, so total number of links we need is n into n minus 1. Okay, and if we consider the duplexing, if it is not simplex, if it is like half duplex or the communication is bidirectional, then this number of links will be divided by 2. So considering the case of bidirectional information transfer, then for each mesh topology network, if we are having n number of nodes, then number of links will be required as n minus 1 by 2. Okay, so you can calculate how many number of nodes are here. It's 5. Okay, so 5 into 4, that is 20 by 2. So if you count it, it will be 10. I'm not sure. I have not calculated it. You can calculate later on. I'll give the PPT to all of you, so you can calculate. Now the next,
Sir, communication is fastest in this case only.
Yeah, as compared to other.
But sir, because each node is connected to other. See, if there is a direct link that is connected to the station is failed, then in that case it has to take another route. So in that case, how it can be fastest?
You have considered the worst case scenario. If direct link is failed, then it is still working. In other topology,
it will work, no doubt. But in that situation, the communication is not fastest.
As compared to what?
See, when direct link from station 1 to station 1 is not working, then it has to take another route, any other route it can take. So in that situation, it is not faster. When direct link is working, then we can say it is fastest.
When I'm saying it is fastest with the condition, we are assuming that everything is working perfectly.
Okay.
That I'll consider later on, like what are the fault tolerance a network can have. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so the next topology that I'm going to consider here is the star topology, where all the nodes, we can see here 4 stations are connected to each other through a centralized node, which we call it as hub. Okay, so with that topology, one advantage is that you need very less number of cables, and the number of input and output ports required for this kind of connection will be very less. This was the advantage. Now the drawback is entire communication is depending on the centralized node, which is hub. If hub fails, then the entire network will be like down. So this is the disadvantage. The possible application of this kind of topology is in telephone exchanges. If you see, if you visit a BSNL exchange, then you will observe that all the like, suppose if I am having the license, what we call it as, we used to have that telephone like connection. If we want a telephone connection, they will provide a dedicated link to all the telephone connections that is in the range of that exchange. Okay, so in telephone exchange, we use this kind of mesh topology. In star topology, the possible or the popular application of this star topology is in link, the local area network, where all the devices will be connected to a centralized node. Okay, so this kind of structure is very effective. Only problem is if this centralized node start failing, then entire network will be down. Okay, the advantage is we need very less number of cables in this particular case, and the disadvantage is it depends only like the working of hub. The other popular example of topology is this bus topology. So in bus topology, we have a shared cable that we call it as a backbone cable. Okay, and all the stations in this figure, I have shown 3 stations. So all the stations are connected to that shared cable. Okay, and this structure, the best thing is you need even less number of cables as compared to the previously discussed 2 topology techniques like the mesh topology and the star topology. The problem with this kind of structure is the reconfiguration. Suppose if you have like deployed a network by following this bus topology, then if you want to add some more number of stations, then it will be really difficult to add them because process is a little bit tedious. Okay, so this is the drawback. The reconfiguration is difficult as compared to other 2 topologies that we have discussed. The next is a ring topology. So it is quite similar to what we have discussed in bus topology. Only difference is all nodes will be directly connected to the neighboring 2 nodes. As you can see, if we consider one station, this one station will be connected directly to the neighboring 2 stations and followed by the other stations. So if one information is transmitted through this kind of structure, then if one station is not interested in that information, it will just repeat the information to other station. So this kind of structure is actually proposed by IBM for faster data transmission. Suppose one information is important to all the connected nodes, this kind of structure will have more application, more advantage for that particular case. And if you
Sir, Devinder sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
You are telling ring topology is better and the faster in case of if we want to send message to more people.
No, that is not exactly. More interested people. Like if one information is important for say set of users, then we will use this ring topology. Suppose I want to convey any information in my research group, then what I will do is I will connect all the computers of my research scholar in this ring topology, and the information transmission between this like all my research scholar will be interested for all the users. So there is a difference.
Okay, sir, like we are checking papers from so many years, and in class 12th computer networking. So some few years back they have discussed that avoid using ring topology and
It is not now. No one is going to use this ring topology.
so this is obsolete one or
We need to understand. Like, if we want to like understand the concept, we need to like first try to understand what we have started from. What was the first thing we have started?
okay, thank you, sir.
So next is hybrid topology. So in case of hybrid topology, you can mix two different topologies. So in this figure, you can see the bus topology is mixed with the ring topology to take the advantage of both ring topology as well as the bus topology.
Sir, it is bus and star.
Yeah, sorry, it's a star topology. So now different categories of networks. So what are the different categories of network? First is the local area network. It basically means for the shorter distances, typically maximum of 100 meters, designed to provide local interconnectivity. The next is wide area network that can cover the longer distances. And the best thing is it can provide connectivity over large area. And the next is the metropolitan area network, provide connectivity over areas such as cities and university or campus. So based on the coverage area, we have divided the networks into three categories: lane, vein, and mean. Okay. And this is the example of isolated lane connecting 12 computers to a hub in a cluster. So you can see all 12 computers are connected using this star topology through a hub. And this is the example of a wide area network where you can see in the first figure, we have three end systems and that is connected through Swiss WAN. And in the next figure, we have point-to-point WAN where one computer is connected through the internet service provider, ISP. This is another example of WAN and LAN. So basically, if you connect like whatever wireless area network we are having or the local area network we are having, they need interconnection to provide better interconnectivity. So in this figure, you can see two lanes are connected, okay, to each other using the WAN structure. So if one computer wants to connect to another computer, they can have a path. So the different routers that is shown in this figure. So now the next thing is the protocols. So the protocols is nothing but if we are having some rules, then the combined thing we can refer it as the protocol. So the basic thing is it consists set of rules that governs data communication. It determines what is communicated, how it is communicated, and when it is communicated. Key elements of protocol are syntax, semantics, and time. So syntax is nothing but like how the frame formatting is done. Okay, how many number of bits are required for header, how many bits are the data, how many bits are used for other thing. Semantics is nothing but what is the meaning of different bits that is handled at the semantics. Timing is like what are the expected delivery of a particular packet that can be mentioned in the. So these are the elements of it. First is that I have already discussed. Syntax is structure or format of the data, indicates how to read the bit updates. So that I have already discussed. Now we need to understand what is the layer task. Okay, in layer task, what we use is that layer task can be used in our daily life as well. Okay, if we are doing everything in a proper way, like what should be completed first, afterward, what should be next. So this kind of the approach we can consider as a layered task completion. Okay, so the layered task completion actually useful in computer network as well. That we will see through two different standard layer architectures. That is OSI layer and TCP layer. So here I have shown a very basic example where one sender wants to transmit, like send a letter to other receiver. So the first step is this letter is written and is put in an envelope and dropped in a mailbox. Next thing is the letter is carried out from the mailbox to a post office. In India, the things are a little bit different. You need to go personally to the post office and then only you can post. So just consider this to be valid for our country also. Next step is the letter is delivered to a carrier by the post office. Okay, and the parcel is carried from the source to destination. The letter is delivered from the carrier to the post office. The next is the letter is carried from the post office to the mailbox, and similar things will be applicable at the receiver side. So this is the simple example which shows how many steps are involved if you want to send a physical letter to other person. So the similar structure is adopted in OSI model that is provided by the International Standard Organization in 1947. So this OSI model, that is Open System Interconnection model, it is nothing but it actually divides all the processing of computer network into 7 different layers, where all the layers has predefined a role, like what layer is responsible for which kind of operation. Okay. So we will see all the functioning of layers one by one. So important thing is ISO, that is International Standard Organization, is an organization, and OSI is the model. So as I mentioned, this OSI model has 7 different layers. So the first layer is the physical layer, followed by the data link layer, and this data link layer will also have one other sister layer, that is MAC layer. Okay. Followed, the third layer is network layer, and transport layer, section layer, presentation layer, and the last layer is application layer. So each layer has different role that we will discuss in the coming slides. So this is the basic structure of interconnection between two nodes using OSI model. So as you can see, the physical layer, the device A and device B, they all are having 7 layers operation, and the intermediate nodes that we call it as router, they don't have they don't need to perform the upper layer operations. So that's why they have only the physical layer, data link layer, and network layer. On the other hand, at device B, we need to perform all the operations. So we will have all the layers, and these layers will have the interface that connect through the other upper layer or down layer. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now we'll see the functionality of each layers. So as you can see here, whatever the data we want to transmit, suppose it is D7, it will have header H7. So the next layer will consider this H7 and D7 as another data, and it will add its the header 6 and followed by the other layers. So at the end, the physical layer will be only interested in whatever the digital form of data we are having. Okay, it will have only 0101 and it will transmit that 0101 through a medium. Okay, and the medium will be responsible for transmission of this information to the destination node. And the same way as applied in the transmitter side, the same way the received information will be decoded by layer. So it will have the idea like what kind of header is included at the transmitter side. It will try to decode the message, what was the transmitted by the transmitter. So the functionality of the physical layer, as I mentioned, whatever the information bits we are having that is received from the upper layer will be transmitted by the physical medium and it will be received by the receiver side.
Excuse me. What is T2?
What is
T2? Like in the previous
T2.
slide.
The previous one.
Tier 2. Is it tier 2?
Let me check. The header, it may be some other bits that is required for the transmission.
These H1 to H2 to H7, these are the different levels.
Yeah, exactly. Different,
And T2
like
is
T2, I'm not sure.
and
Maybe other bits that is required at the data link layers.
auxiliary one.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so the physical layer is responsible for movement of individual bits from one hoop to the next hoop. And this is the functionality of data link layer. Okay, whatever the data we receive from the upper layer, it will just convert, like it will add the header and the T2 thing. Okay. The data link layer is responsible for moving frames from one hoop to the next. This is the example of hoop to hoop delivery. Okay. The similar functionality is done at the network layer. The network layer is responsible for the delivery of individual packets from the source host to the destination host. This is the functionality of network layer to ensure the source to destination delivery, the packet delivery, where the transmitter A is transmitting the signal or the information through the router B and router E to the F. So it is basically maintaining hope to hope delivery. So these are the functionality of transport layers. Okay. Whatever the data we receive from the session layer, that will be like having some header and the data, it will be given to the network layer. And at the receiver side, whatever the data we are having, it will remove the header and it will be given to the session layer. So this transport layer is responsible for delivery of message from one process to another. This is the reliable process to process delivery of message. This is session layer. Session layer is responsible for dialog control and synchronization. The presentation layer, last layer. Presentation layer is responsible for translation, compression, and encryption. And the last layer is the application layer, where user wants to try to understand what was the transmitted message, and it should have the graphical user interface. The data, whatever received at the receiver side, will have its visible meaning. Application layer is responsible for providing services to the user. Now, this is the summary, like what are the different role of all the layers. Like application layer, it allows access to the network resources. The presentation layer basically translate, encrypt, and compress the data. The session layer basically establish, manage, and terminate different sessions that are required for the transmission. The transport layer provides reliable process-to-process message delivery, and it basically helps in the error recovery. The other thing is the network layer. It basically moves packet from source to destination to provide internet networking. The data link layer basically organizes bits into frames to provide hope-to-hope delivery. And the last layer, which is the first layer, basically transmit bits over a medium to provide mechanical and electrical specifications. Yeah. So just like the OSI model, we have another model available, that is the TCP/IP model. So in TCP/IP model, we have less number of layers as compared to OSI model. But whatever the TCP/IP model layers, they are actually they can be compared to they are comparable with the layers that we define in OSI model. So the original TCP/IP model was defined as having 4 layers, which is host-to-host, internet, transport, and application. However, when TCP/IP is compared to OSI, let's say TCP/IP suite is made of 5 layers. So one extra layer is added, which is basically a physical layer. So this is the TCP/IP and OSI model comparison. Okay, in the first 3 layers, the 7th layer, 6th layer, and 5th layer, that is application, presentation, and session, the entire work of these 3 layers can be handled at the application layer, and these are the different like protocols that are available. You just go through the names. The HTTP is hypertype transmit protocol, this domain name system. I don't remember the exact names of all the protocols. These are the different addresses that we require, like physical address, logical address, port address, and some specific address. This is the figure shows the relationship between layers of TCP. Okay. And we have different addresses. So the process is defined by a specific address. At the transport layer, we have a port address. Network layer, we have logical addresses. And the physical layer and data link layer, we have physical addresses. So these are the role of physical address. Suppose here we have a sender, okay, sender 10, and we have a receiver 87. So this 10 and 87 is the physical address of the sender and receiver. So the frame will have the destination address as 87 and the source address as 10, and it will add the data. And this T2 is actually the trailer. I forgot the name when you asked in the last slide. So it basically tells about the termination. So when you have the destination address and the source address, so the information can be transmitted to all the connected users but it will be received at only the receiver which has the physical address 87, because it is mentioned in the frame itself. This is the definition. Whatever I have explained, it is given here. Now we will see some transmission media, or we call it as whatever the physical layer structure we need for the computer network. So as in the previous layers also, this physical layer is actually responsible layer for transmission of information in terms of zeros and ones using transmission media. We need to understand what is the transmission media we have. Okay, so we can broadly divide in terms of guided transmission media. We have three examples: twisted pair cable, coaxial cable, fiber optic cable. And for unguided or wireless media, we have free space. So for guided media, the twisted pair cable that we have already seen in our telephone network, where two wires are responsible for carrying the information. In coaxial cable, actually, if you consider these three guided media for the operational characteristic, you can divide the characteristics of these three guided media in terms of the operational frequency range. So if you consider the twisted pair, the operational frequency is the least, coaxial cable is moderate, and in optical fiber cable, it is the highest. Okay, in twisted pair, I think it covers around because in RF domain, the range of frequencies may be from 3 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz. So in twisted pair, you can consider the transmission of signal in megahertz up to megahertz. In coaxial cable, megahertz to gigahertz, and optical fiber cable, it will work in visible light. So these are the operational characteristics in terms of the operational frequency range. In free space, till now we are whatever communication we are making in it is in sub 6 gigahertz. Like whatever the frequency range we are using, it's below 6 gigahertz. But as you mentioned, as you have like, as you are aware about the 5G, it is going to be more than 6 gigahertz. Like it will be in millimeter wave. So because of that, there is adverse effect. Like if you increase the frequency, it will have some deteriorating, like it will have some harmful effect on the living species. It may affect adversely on birds, as also depicted in one of the movies. The exact name was 2.0. So I think that was like one of the messages given in that movie, because we are so concerned about the data rate and all that thing that we are not taking care of living creatures we are around. We are having. So this is the example of twisted pair. You can have this kind of cable in your home also. Insulator we are having, and this is the conductor. So this is the example of unshielded twisted pair and shielded twisted pair. In case of unshielded twisted pair, we don't have that metal shield. In shielded twisted pair, we generally have metal shield to protect the failure. So this is the unshielded twisted pair connector. If you are using Ethernet connection, you must have idea about this kind of connector, where this first is RJ45 female, and this RJ45 male, it has 8 connections. Okay, so if you connect, will like it's very convenient. Other thing is coaxial cable. So in coaxial cable we have inner conductor and it is covered by the insulator. The other conductor is actually in terms of its sheet. Okay, and the entire two conductors are covered by plastic cover. So this is the basic arrangement of coaxial cable. These are the categories of coaxial cable.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, in like in normal networking, we are using twisted pair coaxial cable. Are we using anywhere right now, except
Yes.
this cable television?
We are using in like a cable network.
Yes, sir. That's I'm saying. Cable, except cable network, are we using in any of the network?
I don't think the reason is because this is expensive as compared to the twisted pair, and the other thing is its frequency characteristic, like what frequency we are currently using. Now it is replaced by the optical fiber cable. So whatever the backbone network we are having, that is the wired network. Everywhere we use optical fiber cable instead of.
No, but sir, when you are saying cost, so coaxial cable has a much lesser cost as compared to optical fiber. Their advantages are no doubt very high, but the cost consideration factor, coaxial is much cheaper.
I agree with your point, but now we are more concerned about the data rate. Okay, if you try to communicate like the data in gigabits, this coaxial cable will not work there. So because the reason I can tell you, suppose you consider a base station. Okay, in that base station, if one geo, like one company geo, if it is like saying that we can provide 1 Mbps downloading rate. Okay, so at that base station, how many number of mobile nodes will be connected at the same time? You can consider 400 or 500 just for time being. Okay, we are having 500. So how much data rate we need? The combined data rate, it will be in gigabits. Okay, and after processing, after adding all the full signaling, because whatever data rate we consider is its actual data rate, but with this kind of data rate, actual data rate is much higher because that is utilized for controlling and other header kind of stuff we need to transmit. Okay, so at the base station, the current traffic load is more than in gigabits. Okay, so this kind of structure we can't use actually. But in cable network, we don't need that kind of data rate. So we need cost effective solution that can fulfill our requirement. If it is now Geo is providing optical fiber cable based this kind of network, so you don't need any cable connection. You will have GeoFi. I think I don't remember the exact name, but the Reliance Geo is proposing one solution for all the applications. GeoFi or Geo something, GeoOptify, whatever. You just go through the Google and you will get one like Geo and Airtel both are providing one-step solution for providing all kind of connections. Like so that you can have your telephone connection, you can have your TV connection, you can have your like Wi-Fi connection, internet connection, high speed, Geo fiber. Yeah, now I can recall. It's Geo fiber. So this coaxial cable will be replaced by the optical fiber cable. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So these are the different categories for the coaxial cable. Now we need to understand the working principle of the optical fiber cable. So as we have already studied this reflection and reflection process in our 12th class, so the concept is same here. When the light goes from more dense environment to less dense environment, if it is like the angle is less than the critical angle, then we will have the reflection, so light will go out. Okay, and if it is exactly equal to the critical angle, the incident angle, then light will follow the surface of the incident angle is higher than the critical angle. It basically reflect, and it will no go. It will not go out from the more dense environment. So this concept is basically useful for the optical fiber communication. We will use instead of electrical signal, we will use optical signal like light for communicating the information. So as you can recall, the basic concept in electrical signal, where the amplitude of the signal is basically giving the value like 0 and 1. Suppose you want to transmit 0, 1, 0, 1. So what you will do is, you will have a pulse, okay, of any electrical signal, and you want to represent, suppose 5 volt as 1 and 3 volt as 0. So what you will do is, you will transmit a signal which will have the signal in its amplitude in terms of volt. It will vary from 5 volt to 3 volt. So if it is 3 volt, you will consider as 0. If it is 5 volt, you will consider as 1. Okay, but here in case of this optical fiber cable, we are interested to transmit the 0 and 1s in terms of the intensity of light. So the intensity of light, if we want to transmit 0, then the intensity of light will be less. And if we want to transmit 1, the intensity of light will be higher. So at the receiver side, we can actually identify what is the transmitted masses is. If we have received the optical light with less intensity, we will consider it the transmission of 0. And if it is higher intensity, then we will consider it as. So this is the simple structure. Here you can see we have one sender, and the optical fiber, like we have cladding. In between cladding, we have this core that we can have made up of glass. Okay, so the light is basically transmitting using the concept of reflection. Okay, at the receiver side, it will be received in terms of like the same light, but the variation will be in its intensity. So these are the different propagation model for the optical fiber communication. First is the multi-mode, single mode. The other is step index and graded index. So we'll see what is the role of multi-mode and single mode. So in case of multi-mode, we will have more than one transmitted signal that will be received at the receiver side. In single like in a single mode, we will have just a single transmission. Okay, and this graded, we will have different types of transmission. So there is, based on the transmission, we will have different type of receiver and transmitter. So if you consider the optical fiber communication, the transmitter, we will have two choices. Either we can consider the light emitting diode, that is LED, or we can consider the laser. Okay. At the receiver side, we need to think of any device that can actually convert the light signal into electrical signal. Because what we need to do is, we need to, like, suppose I am I'm talking, so my signal is in physical domain. So what we need is, first we need to convert this signal, this physical signal, into electrical signal. So for that we need input transducer that actually convert the physical quantity to electrical quantity. Okay, and that electrical quantity will be transmitted in terms of zeros and ones by using analog to digital conversion. In this case, optical fiber cable communication, we will have first physical signal. So the physical signal will be converted into the optical signal, that is the light. So we need LED or laser that can actually provide the intensity of light based on my voice. So if I'm talking slowly, then the intensity will change accordingly. If I'm talking loudly, then the intensity will change accordingly. So at the receiver side, what receiver actually does is it converts the light in terms of electrical signal. So we have one example that is called photodetector. So what photodetector do? Photodetector actually convert the light signal into the electrical signal. Okay, so based on the intensity of light, it will vary the output current. So if we set a certain threshold, like if the intensity of light varies from this point to that point, then our output current will be in this region. So based on the output current, you can actually decode whether the transmitted signal is 0 or 1. So that way we will do. So this is the typical example of fiber cable. Okay. Now we need to discuss some aspects of the unguided media, which is called the free space communication. Okay, so as I mentioned, this RF communication is divided from it is applicable from 3 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz. So we can communicate on any frequency. The problem is when you see the channel characteristic, the attenuation pattern. So typically, if you go beyond 6 gigahertz, the attenuation is more. So you can recall one concept. Suppose if you consider the AM transmission, you can consider any AM radio station like Vivid Bharti. So my hometown is near to Itawa. Okay, so what we can do is we can tune Vivid Bharti Delhi or Vivid Bharti Gorakhpur or whatever Vivid Bharti station we can have the voice quality very clear.
Your voice.
Oh, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So my question is when we consider the AM transmission, you can consider any AM radio station. Okay. But when you compare the quality of AM transmission to the FM transmission, that is FM radio station, you can consider 102.6 remember the name, Red FM or any FM radio station, the quality is poor. The reason is because if you increase the frequency range, AM frequency range lies in range of 550 kilohertz to 650 kilohertz. Whereas if you compare the FM, which lies from 88 megahertz to 108 megahertz, right? So one is in kilohertz and other is in megahertz. So when you increase the frequency, the coverage area will be less. So because of this reason, I was not able to get a very nearby station, that is a Lucknow FM station. But at the same time, I was able to clearly listen all the AM stations from the longer distance, like from Delhi or even from the northeast, Shillong stations also. So this is the reason we can clearly listen AM from other cities also, but we can't even listen properly FM radio station even in our own city. So this tells one very important concept, and that concept is if you increase the operational frequency, the coverage, the transmission range will be less. Okay, so because of that reason, we are not able to utilize the fully available all the RF frequency band. like we can use till 6 gigahertz, but when we go beyond 6 gigahertz, there will be a lot of attenuation. So we need to think little bit of these higher spectrum. So this is the propagation method we can have. Okay, and the first is the ground wave propagation. In ground wave propagation, current frequency range is basically below 2 megahertz, where we don't need the ionospheric any operation from ionosphere. Whatever the information we transmit, it actually follows the curvature of Earth. Okay, it will not go to the ionosphere level. So the transmission is actually following the curvature of Earth. That's why it is referred as ground wave propagation. The next is sky wave propagation. So in sky wave propagation, when we use the frequency range from 2 to 30 megahertz or a little bit higher, the transmitter will transmit its signal. It will go to the ionosphere layer that is above our atmosphere, ionosphere layer, and it will be reflected from the ionosphere, and the reflected wave will be received at the receiver. So because it is reflected from the ionosphere, we refer it communication. The frequency of operation is generally very high, like above 3 megahertz. We don't need any operation from ionosphere.
Sir, you are not audible.
Yes. We have some connectivity issue. Just please question.
Not audible.
We have some connectivity issue. Please question.
Network issue.
Devinder, I'm audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Actually, some connectivity issue are there from your side. So,
am I audible?
yes,
No?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, so this was the propagation method. Okay, we consider ground wave propagation, sky wave propagation, and line of sight propagation. Now, these are the different frequency range that we use for different applications. Like we have very low frequency, medium frequency, high frequency, and the range is given itself. So you can go through the PPTs, you'll get all the ideas. Now we have wireless transmission, that is radio wave and microwave infrared. So that kind of transmission is also depending upon the operating frequencies. Here I have shown a base station which is having the omnidirectional antenna. So what omnidirectional antenna is, it basically transmit the information signal in all the directions. Okay, so because it is radiating the information or electromagnetic waves in all the direction, we will refer to it as omnidirectional antenna. So this is one note for infrared signal that cannot be used for short range. It can be used for short range communication, close area, using line of sight propagation. If you remember, we used to have infrared kind of like application in our mobile phones as well. If you put two mobile phones closer to each other, then the communication we can have much faster than as compared to Bluetooth in infrared. But nowadays, this kind of application is not available in mobile phones. We have different other approaches as well. So the last thing of this topic is switching. Till now we have gone through the
Sir,
different
mobile
layered
towers.
structure.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The omnidirectional mobile towers, they are basically using radio frequency.
Yes.
Okay.
They are using radio frequency. Typically, if you are using GSM, then it will be in range of 800 gigahertz. If you are using another range like band, it will be in 1.9 gigahertz. If you are using Wi-Fi, then you will use 2.4 gigahertz. So
But
all
sir,
these communication is radio frequency. Yeah.
Sir, then why, sir? Because infrared is better than Bluetooth. Then why we have stopped using infrared?
Because the range is very less.
Okay.
As I mentioned, if you increase the frequency, range will be less. Because of that, we are not able to listen this FM quite like clearly as compared to the AM. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So now, so the next topic is switching. What kind of switching? Like how we will like transmit the information from one place to other place via different routers. So generally, in large networks, what happens is we have more than one path. Okay, so we need to decide which path we should follow for effective transmission. So to answer this question, we have some well established switching techniques that we need to understand first, and based on their merits and demerits, we need to deploy accordingly. So two things that are popular, two switching techniques that are popular, we call it as circuit switching and packet switching. So this is the switched network. You can consider we have here many nodes connected. Suppose I want to transmit any information between two nodes, then it can go through in like various paths. So we need to decide which path is better for the information transmission, and that path will be decided by the switching mechanism that we are going to employ. So based on the function, we have basically three different switching techniques. First is the circuit switch network, then the packet switch network, and the message switch network. Okay, so the packet switch network is basically having two different approaches, which is datagram network and the virtual circuit network. So in circuit switching, what basically we do is we actually create a circuit, okay, consists of several switches connected through a physical link. So this kind of circuit switch network is quite popular in our telephone network, where we have a dedicated line. Like whatever, if we are going to call any other user, so in automatic process, the exchange and trunks will be allocated, like the line will be allocated for entirely for your communication. Okay, so it will give you like a dedicated path to transmit the information. So when you are having a dedicated path from the transmitter to receiver, this kind of approach we will refer to as circuit switched approach. Okay. So like if we are using this kind of network, then each link is normally divided into n channel by using frequency division multiplexing, time division multiplexing, so that you can share the resources. Circuit switch network is made up of set of switches connected by physical link, which each link is divided into n channel. So this is a trivial circuit switch network. Okay, you have different paths. So if you have decided a certain path to transmit information from node A to node N, then entire information will follow that path, will not go through other paths. So this red line is showing the dedicated path.
What is this A and M stands for?
M is kind of node. It's just a name.
It can be B also.
Yeah, it can be. In circuit switching, the resources need to be reserved. As I mentioned, it should be reserved. During the setup phase, the resources remain dedicated for the entire duration of transfer until the tear down process. So the thing is, this kind of circuit switching, we are not effectively using the available resources for the communication, because the entire duration plus the termination and connection duration, the entire resources will be solely for that particular group of users only. So this is the delay in a circuit switch network. First, we will have some delay because of the establishing connection. Then some delay will be there because of the data transfer. Okay, and some delay we will need at the end to disconnect this this communication between node A to node B through different routers. So here you can see how much delay is required. Circuit switch network. Okay. Now, in next is the packet switching. So, in case of packet switching, there is no certain route to follow. Each entire information will be divided into different packets, and each packet will have the information about the source node as well as the destination node. So, based on their statistics, they will follow any path. Okay, but at the receiver side, because they are having the information about the source node, destination node, and the packet number. So at the receiver side, they will be combined and form a kind of information, and they will be decoded. So in packet switching, we don't need to dedicate a path between the transmitter and the receiver. So in today's internet era, all kind of internet connection is based on the packet switch. So in this figure, suppose A want to transmit a
Excuse me,
signal
sir.
to X.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, when you are talking about
Yes.
circuit switching and packet switching, so say when we have a dedicated kind of link, it is a circuit switching.
Yes.
Means if information means from sender to receiver, there is only one path, then we have to go for circuit switching.
It's not like that. Suppose we are having many paths, so we need to select one path. If we are dedicating one path to that communication, then it will be referred to as circuit switching.
Means it means based on the priority of the message that we are transmitting, we have to fix up that route so that it should not be occupied by the other messages. Dedicated link.
Yes, yes.
Hotline kind of messages are through circuit switching.
Even normal voice call is also through circuit switching.
But sir, I'm unable to understand circuit switching and this packet switching because in the diagram, say in the circuit switching diagram, you were showing so many switches were there, but the information is passing through only one path A to M. That is the only. It can follow the other path also.
See what I'm telling you. Suppose if we have two receiver nodes, node A or node M, okay, and we want to have data transfer between A to M using circuit switching. Okay, so in that way, there is a possibility that there may be more than one path or one link available between node A to node M. Yeah, that you can see in this figure also. But we need to decide which link will be followed for the data transfer. So suppose you want to go to some other city, right? Okay, you are having a car. You type the address, right? And then if you are taking help from Google Map, then it will show many
Possible routes, yes.
routes. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that after some time you will change your path. No. At that point, if you have decided one path, that means you have circuit switched. You have selected that path, right? So that kind of structure is actually valid here also. First, this A would like to search for the best possible path. Once the best possible path is decided, it will just occupy that path. Okay, and in between the transfer process, no other node will be allowed to occupy that path. This is the only difference between your road trip and this circuit switch network. In your road trip, other vehicle can also use that path, but here only the dedicated two transmitter and receiver will be two nodes, which is transmitter and receiver, will be allowed to transfer the information. Is it clear or there is still some confusion?
Okay, sir. It means from A to M, there are so many routes, but we have to reserve one route through that message we want to transfer.
Exactly.
And no other message will occupy that path during that transmission.
During the transmission process, right?
You mean to say that this pink path from A to M is not only one path, we can also have a path through gate 2 also.
Yeah, you can go.
No, but sir, this way we are reserving this particular path for one message only. It means this route will be occupied for a time.
Not one message only, for entire communication duration. If you want to disconnect, then it is not necessary that it will again follow the same path. Maybe following other path, but for entire communication duration.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
In this kind of switching, which is we call it as datagram switching. We have, suppose we have 4 messages, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, at the first router, they all will have the 3 things. First is the sequence order, and the destination address, the source address. Okay, and it will be transmitted independently, and based on the availability, they will choose the path. They can follow any path, and they will be received separately at the receiver side, and even the arrival time may be different, but at the receiver side, after receiving all the packets, they will be rearranged based on their information available in the header. Okay, and at the receiver side, it will be decoded as in its original form. So this is the packet switching, where you basically transmit the packets. Okay, you have the information, you have mentioned the information in packets, so packets will follow their own path, and it will be received at the receiver appropriately. If any packet fails to reach the receiver, then the receiver may request for retransmission of the entire frame, entire message, or the retransmission of the particular packet, that up to the configuration. Okay. So these are some definition. Now we need to see the delay, what kind of delay we will have in the datagram network. So suppose we are having two nodes A and B, they are connecting through two routers. So the delay will be more in case of this packet switching network, because if you see here, first transmission, some delay will be there due to transmission, and then again there will be waiting time. Again, from that node to that router to another router, there will be transmission time, and again there will be a waiting time. So in this way, the process will take more time as compared to what we have in the circuit switch network. So switching in the internet is done by using the datagram approach to packet switching at the network layer. So now there is another type of packet switching network. A virtual circuit network is basically a cross between the circuit switch network and the datagram network. It has some characteristics of both. So instead of allowing packets to go through all the possible ways, we will have first we will divide the data in terms of packets, okay, and then we will define a particular route. So all the data will be traveled through that particular route only. So basically, we are combining two things. First is circuit switch network and the datagram. So basically, it's a virtual circuit network because the transmission of the path that will be followed by the packet will be predefined. So you can consider this to be a virtual circuit network. So suppose if you want to transmit a signal or a message A or B are the transmitter and receiver. So if you decide the number of switches for that making that path, so for all the packets, the number of paths, the number of routers will be the same. So this is the virtual circuit network. Now, this is one example where you have the VCI information, okay, the data. So this VCI, based on this VCI information, what basically this packet will do, based on this information, it has the information like which router or which switch will be the next router for the transmission. So it will be done based on the terminal to terminal. Like first the transmitter, and what will be the next switch, what will be the again next switch, followed by this way we have like the transmission of packets. So in virtual circuit switching, all packets belonging to the same source and destination travel through the same path, but the packets may arrive at destination with different delays if resource allocation is unclear. So this is the delay in virtual circuit network. As you can see, we have considered two things. First is we will decide the path, okay, and the transmission of packet as a packet switching network. So what basically we are doing is we are removing the time which is required because of for waiting. Okay, so first time is required for setting up the path. Then there will be no waiting time in the data transmission process. The transmission time is only required for the information exchange. Okay, so basically we are making the procedure more delay efficient. Switching at the data link layer in switched WAN is normally implemented by using virtual circuit techniques. So this is all about the introduction about the computer network. Thank you. Jai Hind. If you have any question, you can ask.
So which is faster, microwave or optical fiber? Which is faster, sir?
Optical fiber.
What about physical layer?
Sorry?
Physical layer and repeater they connected.
I didn't get your question.
Physical layer.
Physical layer, yeah. Physical layer, yeah.
Yeah. Physical layer and a repeater. What's that use? A repeater.
Murugan sir, can you repeat the question?
Madam, actually you are not completing your question.
A device operating at the physical layer.
Yeah. Device is operating at the physical layer.
A physical layer. Router or repeater? I got it down.
A router is actually a network layer device.
So what is repeater, sir?
Yeah, you can consider it to be repeater if it does not have any other capabilities. If you are considered the simplest repeater, then it will be a physical layer device.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Sir, which of the switching technologies is faster and used in 4G technology?
4G, if you consider it is a wireless communication. Okay, so the backbone network we don't consider in 4G. Backbone network is made up of optical fiber cable. So I'm not sure what your question actually means.
Sir, I was asking about the mobile communication.
Mobile communication. Okay, so we don't need this kind of switching because here in 4G communication we have the direct the direct link from the mobile to base station. So using the multipath communication, where the signal will be reflected from the buildings, from the roads, or from trees, but it will be received at the receiver, which is the base station. So there is no intermediate nodes in between the mobile phone and base station. So there is no required of there is no need of switching.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, one question I want to ask you. Sir, basically we say gateways and router, they both are used for two dissimilar kind of networks. Maybe if they have their different architecture and all, then what is the basic difference in between these two?
Different is only based on the operational layer. Okay. If you change the operational layer, like the functionality of layer for all, like if you consider switch, if you consider router, if you consider the gateway, they all represent different layers. So this is the only difference there.
But I think gateway and router, they both are used for different architectures. Network that have different architecture. Router can be used in a similar type also.
That depends on the architecture. Na? You first you define what kind of architecture you are having. So I don't think they depend on the architecture.
Sir, actually, if a question is asked, what is the difference between router and gateway? How we can explain that?
Router and gateway.
Yes.
Okay. So, in my opinion, you can consider router to be an intermediate node that basically ensure the hope-to-hope delivery of masses. And gateway is something that connect one kind of structure to the other kind of structure. Like if you want to connect your lane network, that local area network, to wide area network, then you need some kind of gateways.
Okay.
Okay, so participant, actually Devendra has spent a lot of time for presenting his, the introduction to the wireless net, like the computer networks. So still, if you have any queries, you feel free to write an email to Devendra. I'm sure he will be answered because he already took 1 hour 45 minutes. So let them leave this meeting, please. So Thank you, Dr. Devendra Singh Gurjar, for accepting our invitation and presenting, so many valuable techniques related to the computer networks. So thank you very much. And once again, thank you all the participants. So up to this lecture that today we are concluding the day 2 sessions, and the tomorrow session will be start at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. So I hope everyone will join in the day 3 link. Thank you very much.
Mr. Shankar,
Again.
Mr. Shankar,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Shankar,
Thank
I
you.
have got.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Shankar, I have got one question. Hello,
Yeah.
Mr. Shankar, can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, yes.
As in the morning, someone requested about the PPT and all that, the link which you said that you will be providing after the last session on Friday, that is on 30th of October. As you know, since yesterday we have been attending this session. Like yesterday we covered artificial intelligence, then computer concept. Today in the morning, Excel and Word, and afterwards again artificial intelligence, and now networking. So there is a lot of syllabus which we have covered by these 2 days. And what I think the next 3 days, again we have got a lot of content we have to cover. So before we go for a test, we need some material to revise, and for the test, we need some content to go through, so that we should be well prepared for the test. Without it, it is very, very difficult for us to sit for the test. That is why my sincere request to you to provide something to us so that we can revise just before the test of each and every session which have been covered. Because after the test, if you will be
Yes,
giving
sir.
us.
Yes, I got your point. See, I got your point. So the basic idea for this particular FDP is that to cover the entire computer science syllabus of CBSE school. So the test questions we will be prepared based on the syllabus of the CBSE. Okay.
CBSE of class 12 you are talking about.
Yes, yes. So we are not going to prepare the questions beyond the limit of the syllabus. So I suggest you prepare the book syllabus. Then you may able to test.
Okay. Okay. So whatever is the CBSE class 12 syllabus, from that only you will be covering it.
Yes, exactly.
All this networking and but artificial intelligence is not there in CBSE form.
Yeah, it is there, sir. Because I have prepared this particular FDP syllabus is based on the CBSE syllabus.
Artificial intelligence is there in the class 12 syllabus?
No, artificial intelligence is actually we have planned for this particular FDP for the engineering school teacher.
Right.
But the AACT has approved for the CBSE school teacher. So we have included some lecture for artificial intelligence. Okay, you don't worry about that. The test will be covered for the entire school syllabus.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shankar, this is Srilakshmi. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday I couldn't attend the session due to network issues, and today I have attended the session. So can I continue with this session? So should
Yeah,
I?
you can continue.
But what about the test? As per the schedule, we have daily test, and
No,
also
no. Actually, as per schedule, I was given for that particular ACT, but the test will be conducted at the end of the day. That means the 5th day.
Okay, okay, thank you. And what about the attendance link?
Attendance will be automatically calculated from the WebEx link.
Okay, 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 thank you.
Hello, sir. Can you send some sample questions? Hello.
Sorry.
Can you send some sample questions? Samples.
Sample questions.
Yes.
Sir, don't worry about test. It will be a very basic question. You are a good teacher for CBSE. Don't worry about it. It will be fundamental. So thank you. See you tomorrow. Meeting end பண்ணிருக்கா